Give them the shelter and the love they deserve. Do it in the next...
You're scared. You're white. Calling 911 on your black or brown neighbors just isn't what it used to be. Hi, I'm Niecy Nash, actress, inventor, and advocate for not calling 911 on black people for no reason. I'd like to introduce you to a radical new product that will save you all the headaches of being filmed and outed as a racist. It's called 1-844 White Fear.
I mean, somebody sent that to me this week, and I was like, I've got to talk to Niecy Nash. I mean, I get that you're using comedy. It is so serious, though. I've got a minute left with you. Why'd you make it?
Because I want people to not use their privilege against other people. I mean, you know, literally, if 911 had come out, if the cops had come out for this man that this woman called in Central Park, that could have been his last day. We don't know. But you cannot use that, you know, as a weapon just because you don't like the way somebody else looks. That's wrong.
It is. Niecy Nash,
I'm tired.
I hear you, and you're afraid, and what do these parents tell their children? Thank you so much for coming on. I will make sure we get this conversation out and about so other people can see it. Niecy Nash, I appreciate you. And just a quick check back to my my colleague Shimon Prokopez in New York. Shimon, tell me about those protests where you are.
So it's not a very large protest. I mean, the police have been able to break them up. Start out about 100 people. Certainly it's diminished somewhat. You can see the police behind me. What they're doing is they're moving these mopeds in, these scooters in to try and contain the crowd. And each time if they go into the street, then what you'll start seeing is police will move in. We have seen a couple of arrests. So it's been mostly peaceful here at times. They have been challenging the police, and you know what you don't normally see here. Police moving in much quicker than they normally would under these circumstances. In the last 2 days, the police certainly here have been more aggressive. We have seen several arrests here today. And this we expect now to go on through the night. There are more protests planned around the city, so we'll see. There's one that's supposed to get underway in a few minutes just south of here. But certainly the NYPD very much prepared here, as we see behind me.
Shimon, thank you so much for the update there in Manhattan, and thank you for being with me. I'm Brooke Baldwin. The Lead with Jake Tapper starts right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper, and we begin today with breaking news in our national lead. Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is now in custody and is being charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter for the killing of George Floyd. Chauvin was the officer who kneeled on the neck of Floyd, an unarmed black man, for more than 8 minutes as Floyd begged that he could not breathe. Soon after, Floyd obviously had been killed. The charging documents spelling out that Floyd was non-responsive for almost 3 minutes before Chauvin removed his knee from Floyd's neck. The prosecutor in the case also saying that he anticipates charges for the other police officers involved. This comes as new video of the incident has emerged, and I want to warn our viewers, this video is graphic. It appears to start earlier than the video many of us have previously seen. You can see in the video that it looks as though 3 officers are holding Floyd down, not just Officer Chauvin. CNN has reached out to the Minneapolis Police Department and the Floyd family about the video. We have not yet received a response. We will bring that to you when we get one. Let's go straight now to CNN's Sarah Seidner. She's live for us in Minneapolis. And Sarah, we're learning more about what happened from the charging document. Tell us more.
Yeah. Look, you had mentioned it, and I just want to kind of go through a bit of it for you right now, Jake. The new details that we're seeing from these charging documents, but these you can count out yourself. It says that the defendant had his knee, and that's the defendant, the police officer who was fired, Derek Chauvin, on Mr. Floyd's neck 8 minutes and 46 seconds. For a full 2 minutes and 53 seconds, Mr. Floyd was unresponsive, and the officer had his knee on his neck that entire time. The charging documents also reveal what the medical examiner has so far determined, although the autopsy is not finished. he has said, and this is something that the defense will likely seize on, that there is no indication that Floyd died of asphyxiation or strangulation. So no indication of asphyxiation or strangulation causing his death, but, and this is important, the combined effects of Mr. Floyd being restrained by police, his underlying health conditions, and he's putting any potential intoxicants in his system is likely the contributor to Mr. Floyd's death.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
Calls for justice continuing today in Minneapolis as Derek Chauvin, the officer seen here kneeling on George Floyd's neck, is accused of third-degree murder.
Has been charged by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office with murder and with manslaughter. This is by far the fastest we've ever charged a police officer.
Prosecutors say the other officers involved are also under investigation and will likely face charges soon. This after overnight protests left the police precinct, the neighborhood, and parts of downtown in ruins.
Your pain is real. The chapter that's been written this week is one of our darkest chapters.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz now vowing solidarity.
The ashes are symbolic of decades and generations of pain, of anguish, unheard.
The Twin Cities tinderbox set ablaze Monday by this devastating scene.
I can breathe.
Now, new cell phone video, first obtained by NBC News, shows Chauvin and two other officers pinning Floyd to the ground. He ultimately died. We're also now learning Chauvin and Floyd used to work security at the same local nightclub, according to the owner.
We were all working on the same team in that sense, and it's horrible to think that at this point that Chauvin would take the life of anyone that was associated with our nightclub.
Thursday night, police say more than 170 Minneapolis businesses were looted, damaged, or destroyed. Protests also erupted in Colorado, New York, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arizona, and Ohio.
It is so stressful at times just to be black in America. I still tense up because I don't know if this is the day. And it's real. It's not made up. This is real.
This morning, the nation is shocked at another arrest. CNN's own Omar Jimenez arrested live on air.
Do you mind telling me why I'm under arrest, sir?
He and his team were inexplicably arrested this morning. They were held for some 90 minutes. Governor Walz now strongly denouncing their treatment.
I don't care at this point what the circumstance was, why they got arrested. It is wrong. It is unacceptable. And we needed to correct it.
Or we could be right here if you can see the... So I want to give you a look at the scene right now. We were here all night as the 3rd precinct went up in flames. The State Patrol is out here again, the same department that arrested Omar Jimenez. They are standing so that nobody can get anywhere near the 3rd precinct. You will see the building there, Jake, that has the boards up all the way down, and then you see the target sign. The 3rd precinct is there. You can see the fence bent over, but there are folks gathering again, and let me just give you a view of the folks that are gathering again. Why are they gathering? People say, oh, well, the officer has been arrested and charged. They want to see the other 3 officers arrested and charged. They do not feel like justice has been served yet. Jake?
All right, Sarah Seidner for us in Minneapolis. Thank you so much. Joining me now is former federal prosecutor Laura Coates, former police officer Reddit Hudson, who founded the National Coalition.
The residential area. So there are a lot of people around here who are getting concerned with the degree to which there are fires spreading and no ability to put those fires out. The fire engines have been around. They have put out. I don't see any. There's just that one behind me that I still see burning right now. So in my immediate vicinity, there just appears to be one set of smoldering remains that they're taking care of. But it does seem like a very different situation than it was 24 hours ago, Chris.
Ali Velshi, thank you so much, who remains on the scene for us. Joining us now, the attorney for the Floyd family, Benjamin Crump. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. And let me start with the obvious, which is that this is a family that has been in deep grief, a family that has longed for justice. Are they feeling some sense of justice now?
Well, they're a little relieved today that the officer was finally arrested. However, they wanted the charges to be first-degree murder. They expected that charge, and they continue to demand first-degree murder charges. They want this officer held fully accountable for how he callously murdered their gentle giant, George Floyd.
There is something about
the worst, certainly one of the worst examples of police brutality that I've seen. And the reason for that is the deliberate nature of this police officer's act. This was not a spur of the moment reaction. This was not a mistake. He was quite casual in doing what he was doing. His knee was there, and knee was in position for 8 minutes, while the crowd, while other police officers apparently, while the victim himself, George Floyd, was saying, "I can't breathe." And this did not deter him for a total of 8 minutes. So you can't really explain this in any logical way. The only thing that might come out, perhaps Mr. Floyd said something to this officer that set him off. We don't have any evidence in that regard, but there's like no other possible explanation. I've never seen such a sort of craven event with no ostensible reason to do it.
Ray Kelly, thank you very much. Right from the former New York City police commissioner, again, on what you're looking at, police and protesters nearby. Everyone is in a stand-down composition on word that Derek Chauvin has been arrested. No word yet on the other two officers who were immediately working with him that fateful day that George Floyd died as a result of, Chauvin having his knee on him. But we're monitoring it very, very closely. We'll be speaking about these protests that have popped up all over the country, including in Denver, Colorado, where things got very, very dicey there. We're going to be talking to that state's governor, Jared Polis, a little bit later in the broadcast. In the meantime, taking you back to Washington, D.C. right now, the president had tweeted on these events a little bit earlier, but the more newsworthy developments since have been his crackdown on China for China's crackdown on Hong Kong. With more on all of that, Kristen Fisher from the White House. Kristen.
Hey, Neil. Well, right now, President Trump is minutes away from participating in a reopening roundtable. He's going to be meeting with executives from some of the top airlines, hotels, and
him being restrained by police, his underlying health conditions, and any potential intoxicants in his system that likely contributed to his death. What's your reaction to that?
You know, it's just an attempt to try to justify the unjustifiable. What the police did was the proximate cause that caused George Floyd's death. He was walking just fine. He was in good shape. He literally was breathing just fine. It wasn't until these police officers did this excessive use of what became lethal force that killed George Floyd. It reminds you of the Eric Garner case where they are trying to technically justify the killing of an unarmed black man at the hands of police officers who were supposed to be trained, who were supposed to know how to de-escalate a situation. When you look at that video, does that look like de-escalation? And that's why the charge should be first-degree murder, because we know that's what killed him. And to be clear, the family is taking custody of the body today, and we will have Dr. Michael Biden, noted forensic pathologist, perform an independent medical exam on the family's behalf.
In the meantime, there are the other officers, and I know in the statement that you put out on behalf of the family after the one arrest, saying that they want to see the other 3 officers who are charged. Again, on the legal basis, what would be your argument, and what do you think the appropriate charges would be for the other officers?
We believe, and George Floyd's family absolutely believes, that they were accomplices to murder, that they should be charged with felony murder because they aided and abetted him in causing the death of George Floyd. And it's going to be particularly interesting that we hear what they were saying, since Minneapolis Police Department has a policy that the police officers have body cam video. And so that should tell us what was in their mind, what were they saying when they killed George Floyd, because that tells us the mens rea, as the law calls it. What were their mental thoughts? Was it ill will, or did they have good intentions? And I believe we're going to hear something from that audio that tells you they did not have goodwill towards George Floyd, as they kept his knee on the neck even though he was already restrained.
Benjamin Crump, thank you so much. We do appreciate you taking the time. Let me bring in the Reverend Al Sharpton, who's just back from Minneapolis. Of course, he is the president of the National...
So we are on top of that. We're also on top of what the president will have to say when he meets with industry executives momentarily at the White House. It will be his first chance to take reporters' questions. We are told that he will. Then again, we were told at this event in the Rose Garden that that was going to be a press event. No press. More to this.
Feel badly about the idea that this is manslaughter and a third-degree murder. It may be the smarter move, it may be easier to prove up, and that may be the right course. But the way that it has landed is a slap on the wrist already. The assumption is you're going to plead down from that, and that there's not a seriousness about this. Also, the other officers are accessories. If you or I did what is being described, if we had a gang of the four of us went and held somebody down and put the knee on the neck, and other people wouldn't help or told other people to go away, we'd be accessories to a crime. And so no, this is not going to end until all the officers are charged and until there is a sense of some real determination. And that's why you're seeing the cry already going up from the black community to let Keith Ellison, the Attorney General, get in this. He is trusted. He's a long-time, fair person, but he's got ties to the black community. They want the state to step in. They do not trust its medical examiner. There also will be an independent medical examination by the family. They don't trust the medical examiner. They don't trust the DA. Nobody trusts anybody until we see all four of those officers in handcuffs with real charges.
They are not condoning violence, but they are saying they want to continue to see people protest in a way that would make justice something achievable.
But do you think, Rev, that part of the message that people will take away from this is that it took that violence, it took part of the city being on fire, it took an attack on a police precinct, so that finally, after days of saying we have to see something, we want something done, that a reckoning finally was faced?
Well, if it sends that message that was sent by those in the prosecutor's office that dragged their feet and did not do that, we've gotten cases indicted and gone to trial without violence. So if that's the message sent, it is not the fault of the family. It is certainly not the fault of those of us that have supported and rallied with the family. That's the message this prosecutor sent, and that's a sad message to have sent. The question now is, where do we go from here? Here is a man that was killed on tape, and we had to wait 3 or 4 days to even get a charge, 3 of them still at large. It clearly is a moment that we have to deal with in this country. And I might add, Chris, when we see the President of the United States tweet out something about when the looting starts, the shooting starts, social media, even Twitter put up, this is put a warning on it. I don't know what Facebook is doing, leaving something that provocative and threatening out there. We're monitoring that. But the president says this on social media, President of the United States, and then he comes out and addresses the press today and doesn't speak at all about this town, this city that has been inflamed, not at all about a policeman being charged. He acts as though he is not the president of some of the most horrific acts that's in the national media, and that is the killing of George and the subsequent arrest of this officer. Totally oblivious, which is, to me, a thundering statement in his silence.
As usual, but he did hold out the possibility when it comes to that trade deal. Well, that will be usual. He's not ripping that one up. I'm taking that leap, so there might be other factors at play here. But what did you make of his comments?
and who have proximity have the opportunity to change the system from inside. We're starting to see more of that, and it's very important relative to bringing cases like this, who your DA is, who your circuit attorneys are. Here in St. Louis, for example, we have a circuit attorney, Kim Gardner, who has been aggressive in going after police who abuse their authority. We need to see more of that, and they need to be supported when they do it, because, of course, they come under attack from keepers of the status quo and law enforcement unions that never want to be held accountable for anything, including incidents like this.
It's a good point. I have noticed other police chiefs condemning this in a way that I haven't in previous such incidents. And we should remind our viewers that what Mr. Floyd was accused of having done is having used a counterfeit $20 bill. This wasn't a violent crime he was being accused of or asked about. Laura, let me ask you, the Hennepin County attorney in Minnesota says that he anticipates charges against the other officers involved, but his office wanted to get the, quote, most dangerous perpetrator first. As you know, there's new video showing what other officers were doing when George Floyd was being held on the ground. What kind of charges might they face?
Well, oftentimes if people are acting in concert with somebody, they will be held to the same standard and liable for the actions that that person has taken. So, for example, in a concept generally of felony murder, if you have decided to engage in an armed robbery and one of you ends up killing someone, well, guess what? Everyone who planned that armed robbery is now liable for what's happened. A similar theme could be had with these other officers if you're talking about what role they play, either passive or active. That's also, however, why they were calling for more witnesses to come forward, in addition to this video, to say, what else have people seen? Is there more indication that this was an active participant or a passive person who simply was complicit by turning a blind eye? We'll have to wait and see.
Or are we likely to be looking back on this 5, 8, 10 years from now and just have it as another example of an ongoing problem of violence against black men in America, deadly violence?
No, I think we are at a turning point. I did see yesterday there were many whites that rallied with us when we were there. We're going tomorrow. I brought the mother of Eric Garner with me to Minneapolis. Tomorrow we're going to the scene where he was choked to death saying, "I can't breathe," and have a vigil. There'll be vigils all over the country that we're involved with. National Action Network, there are people doing vigils now. I think that the presidential campaigns will now have to deal with this issue, and it will be front and center in the November elections. This will be something that I think we will look back on and say, hopefully we turn the corner the right way on this. But either way, this will be a moment that we will not forget, and I hope the country rises to that moment.
Reverend Al Sharpton and Melissa Murray, thanks to both of you. Much appreciated. And when we come back, what does the arrest mean for tonight's planned protests? Already there are gatherings underway, as we've been showing you. Does this relieve anything for those still demanding change? And what's the message to law enforcement officers? We're going to talk to a former member of the NYPD about that. Plus, what a contrast in leadership. Both men, both candidates for president speaking this afternoon. Joe Biden trying to calm a wounded nation, while the president, after a 50-minute delay, tonally and totally off topic with the mood of this country. Not one mention of Minneapolis today. We're going to talk about it all coming up.
I'm not hungry! You're having one more bite. No, one more.
Know who is at risk and first responders and
Get honey for free.
Different tone. Where's the National Guard? Where is the National Guard? So over these next 24 to 48 hours, work with us to get the situation controlled. And I want to talk to those mayors who are up 24/7 in Minneapolis and St. Paul. It's not about calling out someone on lack of leadership. It's about an issue as it developed and all of us figuring out how we get there. This is volatile. This has been building for decades. This flashpoint came to us, and now what are we going to do about it? And it happened in the middle of an unprecedented global pandemic. So it gives us a chance. We're going to get to pick our paths very quickly here. How are we going to be seen by the world in the coming days? How are we going to be seen after that? How are we going to respond to one another? And then what are we going to do about it? And again, If I were everybody in these communities listening, I'd say, well, I'm going to believe it when I see it. So the first task at hand is get civil control back, get justice moving quickly and fairly, and start talking about together, how do we rebuild? How do we rebuild trust in the police? How do we rebuild those stores? How do we rebuild a society? How do we send that face to the world that sees us for so many positive things, but we need to recognize this is what they're seeing. And we need to take a hard look and figure out how do we change that. So I want to thank you all. Again, I'm going to close because of the importance I've said with the press. Deepest apologies to the reporters that were out there. Expectations that, again, that cannot happen. We will do our best today, and I would ask all of you, as the ongoing mission to make sure that we have peace and security today is making sure that that story is told. I'm asking our team to make sure that press credentials, the ability to move you and protect you safely needs to be out there, so this is covered. Please let us know quickly on that. Please make sure that that's happening. Please show the world everything that's happening here through that lens of professional journalists who ask the questions you're asking today. So thank you all.
Tonight, starting at 8 p.m.
This also spurs Congress to act right now and come up with more legislation that offers real reform.
Yeah, you just hit on it, real reform. Kennedy, thank you very, very much. I do again want to let you know that protests are planned around the country. A lot of these were planned before we got the news of Officer Derek Chauvin's arrest and the killing of George Floyd. But protests were going to be pretty much like clockwork in all the major cities across the country, including New York, where they're already building large crowds, even with this news. So that was supposed to ease up on things, and we hope that they're all peaceful and fine. Those protests are still on. Stay with us.
Patient today, maybe you can understand what this clarification is. He says looting leads to shooting, and that's why a man was shot and killed in Minneapolis. I don't want this to happen, and that's what the expression put out last night means. It was spoken as a fact, not a statement. Should I even ask you how to?
I don't even know. I mean, I have no words. This is, word salad that is his specialty, where he makes not much sense.
Find the bright side. You can.
Life, health, and safety mission of our community. We've hosted digital roundtables today, engaging members of our community, members of our communities of color, business owners and business leaders in our community, and we're actually, as we speak, convening a roundtable of faith leaders in our community. All told, we've engaged over 400 different members of our community in this conversation digitally, and we're going to continue to do that. I have also worked with members of our faith community and challenged us to together announce and convene a citywide interfaith unity hour of prayer in the first hour of our citywide curfew. So from 8 p.m. to 9 o'clock p.m., I will be observing in my faith, and we're inviting everybody else.
All right, you're watching St. Paul, Minnesota, Mayor Melvin Carter. I apologize for the confusion. I do want to go to the White House now. President Trump.
Everybody, that the memory of George Floyd be a perfect memory. Let it be a perfect memory. The looters should not be allowed to drown out the voices of so many peaceful protesters. They hurt so badly what is happening, and it's so bad for the state and for that great city. So we are working very closely with the Justice Department. We're working with local law enforcement. We're working with everybody, and we're speaking with the family.
Some lives well lived. When Ruth
Working together, we create a...
One, this is a test flight, and
I'm trying to.
The family of George is entitled to justice, and the people of Minnesota are entitled to live in safety. Law and order will prevail. The Americans will honor the memory of George and the Floyd family. It's very important to us. It's very important to me to see that everything is taken care of properly. It's a horrible, horrible situation. And so we'll be reporting back in due course and as quickly as possible. I'm pleased to welcome American industry leaders to the White House as we continue to safely reopen America. We're glad to be joined by Jeff Pilati of Wyndham Hotel and Resorts. Wyndham Hotels have been really terrific company over the years. Brian Goldner of Hasbro, Dave Hoffman of Dunkin' Brands, Gary Kelly of Southwest Airlines. Really good jobs they've done. Rodney McMullen of Kroger. Thanks, Rodney. Oscar Munoz, United. Thank you, Oscar. United Airlines. Brad Smith of Microsoft. That stock has done very well, I will say. Great job. Great job. Sonia Sengal of Gap. And thank you very much. Also with us are Secretary of Treasury Steve Mnuchin and Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia. Our nation continues to mourn for the lives claimed by the virus. And the families who have lost loved ones, we continue to battle the invisible enemy. We're directing the full resources and support of the federal government to safeguard high-risk populations, especially in nursing homes. We've been a very powerful strategy on nursing homes for quite a while. The best strategy for public health is to aggressively protect the most vulnerable while allowing younger and healthier Americans to work safely. Nationwide hospitalizations, new cases.
Visit Hyundai.
We are tracking cases and hospitalizations daily, and states are demonstrating their ability to
Cases also climbing where we saw some of our first confirmed cases, Washington State and California. Meanwhile, this virus continues to expose deep societal issues everywhere.
This virus has laid bare inequalities, across our state and across our country. Unequal access to health care. Right now in Kentucky, almost 19% of our deaths are in the Black and African American community, where it only makes up 8% of our population.
Now, meanwhile, here in Los Angeles, as of just a couple of hours ago, dine-in restaurants and hair salons are allowed to reopen again. And, the way it works here in California is the county has to submit a plan to the state, sort of proving that they're ready to reopen. And deep in that paperwork, we found LA County officials have written that it's anticipated that there will be additional waves of varying severity of COVID-19. These waves will occur over the next 18 to 24 months throughout the U.S., including California and LA. Not necessarily surprising.
President Trump just speaking on the death of George Floyd. He's now speaking with industry executives about reopening the country. We will monitor that for you and bring it back if he takes questions on the issue. Of course, we'll bring that to you. Major news out of Minneapolis today. The fired police officer who dug his knee into Floyd's neck before he died, now arrested and charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter.
Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin has been charged by the Hennepin County Attorney's Office with murder and with manslaughter. We are in the process of continuing to review the evidence. There may be subsequent charges later. We can only charge a case when we have sufficient admissible evidence to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. As of right now, we have that. I'm not going to speculate today of the other officers. They are under investigation. I anticipate charges, but I'm not going to get into that.
That comes after rioters raged across Minneapolis for a third night, this time setting fire to a police precinct. Minnesota governor activating over 500 National Guard troops as the city braces for a fourth night of protest. And just breaking, the Minneapolis mayor issuing a curfew order for the city starting tonight at 8 p.m. So we have your team here.
It's slaughter.
Welcome to Friday. It is Meet the Press Daily. I am Chuck Todd, continuing MSNBC's breaking news coverage. In just a moment, we'll be speaking with former Vice President and the apparent Democratic nominee Joe Biden, who faces an ugly and bitter campaign as a divided country is consumed by a once-in-a-lifetime collision of social, political, economic, and public health crises all at once. Feels like we're aflame right now in some places. State and local officials in Minnesota are pleading with demonstrators for a safe and peaceful scene tonight after the devastation and destruction of last night, when a Minneapolis police precinct was evacuated and then set ablaze alongside other stores and facilities in the Twin Cities. But this is not just a Minnesota story of unrest and unease. In Louisville, Kentucky, 7 people were shot during protests over a separate incident involving a deadly police shooting of a person of color. And all across the country right now, tensions are running high. These are a few of the images from other demonstrations last night. And already we've seen a number of people start to gather for protests today and tonight. Perhaps the most pressing question right now is this: will the events of today calm the tensions, if only temporarily? This afternoon, county prosecutors announced that Derek Chauvin, the officer whose actions were captured in this extremely hard-to-watch video, was charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter. The local county prosecutor told reporters today that the other officers involved in the incident would likely face charges.
All need to be held accountable, just as if it was 4 black men that killed somebody. They would be under the jail by now.
And new tonight, another angle showing Floyd's brutal killing. A warning to our viewers that this video is gruesome and jarring. The video depicts the moments before the previously known eyewitness video of Floyd's death. Here you can see 3 officers holding Floyd down, kneeling on his body. Officer Chauvin's knee on Floyd's neck as Floyd pleads to catch his breath. Please. A preliminary autopsy report showed no physical findings that support a diagnosis of traumatic asphyxia or strangulation. But the combined effects of Mr. Floyd being restrained by the police, his underlying health conditions, and any potential intoxicants likely contributed to his death. And it indicated Officer Chauvin's knee was on Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes, 2 minutes and 53 seconds of which Floyd was unresponsive. CNN has learned that Chauvin also worked in security at the same Minneapolis nightclub as Floyd and may have known him.
I don't suspect that they recognized each other, even though they may have crossed paths working together with me and my team.
Today, the city began boarding up businesses, prepping for another night of anger spilling into the streets. After the National Guard was called in and police clashed with protesters overnight. Parts of Minneapolis and St. Paul burned, including a local police precinct.
Minneapolis and St. Paul are on fire. The fires still smolder in our streets.
Minnesota's governor pleading for calm.
And I will not patronize you as a white man without living those lived experiences of how very difficult that is. But I'm asking you to help us. Help us use humane way to get the streets to a place where we can restore the justice.
This is among the State Patrol unit that was advancing up the street.
Minnesota State Police also arresting CNN's own Omar Jimenez, a black and Latino reporter, along with a CNN crew while on the scene early Friday, depicting the morning's chaotic events. Jimenez's press credentials clearly displayed in his hand as his arrest played out live to the nation.
I'm sorry? Okay. Do you mind telling me why I'm under arrest, sir?
Now, the city of Minneapolis has put into effect a curfew starting tonight at 8 p.m. through 6 a.m. tomorrow, the same for Sunday into Monday morning. The message is very clear. The State Patrol is here, National Guard is here. They want people off the streets tonight to avoid any more rioting, any more looting, any more protesting, and they wanted to shut it down in Minneapolis tonight. Wolf?
Miguel Marquez on the scene for us. Miguel, be careful over there. Thank you very much. As you heard, our correspondent Omar Jimenez and his crew, they were in Minneapolis reporting on the rioting this morning when they were arrested while Omar himself was on the air, and I want our viewers to watch.
Yep. We've got one person being arrested here. We've got We're meeting? Yep, we're good. Yep, hold on. I got you, hold on. They had us here, We're speaking with State Patrol right now. Give us a second, guys. We can move back to where you'd like. We can move back to where you'd like here. We are live on the air at the moment. This is the four of us. We are one team. Just put us back where you want us. We are getting out of your way, so just let us know. Wherever you'd want us, we will go. We are just getting out of your way when you're advancing through the intersection. So just let us know, and we got you. And this is a scene here playing out in Minneapolis. This is part of the advanced police presence that we saw come over the course of really minutes when the local police showed up at the fire department, or with the fire department, I should say, on that building we showed you that was burning. This is among the State Patrol unit that was advancing up the street, saying and scattering the protesters at that point for people to clear the area. And so we walked away. I'm sorry? Okay. Do you mind telling me why I'm under arrest, sir? Why am I under arrest, sir?
Operator, CNN, he's on the air right now. You are arrested and live on CNN. We've been told you before that we are with CNN.
Awful situation should have never happened. Fortunately, the governor of Minnesota later apologized, took personal responsibility, and made it clear that that was not what was supposed to happen. We're very grateful. They were in custody, our crew and Omar, for about 90 minutes. Let's discuss, as we await Don Lemon and his interview with the former vice president, the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee, Joe Biden. Joey Jackson, you're our legal analyst. Walk us through what happened, a very disturbing development around 6 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. out Central Time, and all of a sudden, Omar was simply doing his job. Our photojournalist, our producer, their security guard who was with him, they were all just doing their job. They were clearly identified as journalists. They showed their CNN IDs, and all of a sudden, Omar inexplicably was arrested.
So, Wolf, it's very difficult to tell you what happened or to justify what happened because it has no justification. What ends up occurring is that, listen, in the event someone's committing a crime and there's reason to believe they're committing a crime, they get arrested. But when you have a reporter who's engaging in professional conduct, who's otherwise reporting to the world for everyone to see and giving commentary as to what's occurring in Minnesota, talking to everyone and filling us in and keeping us informed, he, in fact, lets the police officers know that he'll move. He's glad to move. He was moving as they were coming. What do you need us to do? He indicates that he's from CNN. He shows a badge. So there's no basis and no authority whatsoever to engage in that arrest. And now just think about this. His arrest occurred where the world was watching. And he, in fact, right, there was no reason for it. Think about how many other people who are in a similar position who get arrested where there is no one they can tell, there is no one looking in the bright of day, there is no one to otherwise demonstrate that it was unlawful and improper. And then you have the narrative where, well, we released him once we found out that, he had proper credentials, but he was showing you his credentials there. And so it further fuels the flames, Wolf, when you look at an issue where you have a person exercising their First Amendment right and gets arrested, and you have a person who kills someone, and there's a delay in their arrest up to today, and there's 3 others who potentially be, where they can't. Not arrested. And so that's a problem. And so at the end of the day, all everybody wants is justice in the case. That's not what Omar got. Certainly he was released. And then finally, well, how many people don't have CNN to call and say, hey, release him? And so this is just troubling all the way around. Ultimately, I'm glad he was released. He was simply doing his job, but there's a major disconnect, and we have to fix it and fix it soon.
All right, stand by. I want to bring in Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our chief medical correspondent. Sanjay, the big news.
The time to take care of what matters most.
Has since addressed the issue in Minnesota, and what can you tell us about it? What did he say?
Well, the president topped off his remarks in the East Room with the situation in Minnesota. He said that he has spoken with the family of George Floyd. He called them terrific people, and he said that they are entitled to justice. He also said that the people of Minnesota, the people of Minneapolis, are entitled to their safety. He suggested there would be some sort of federal role in this. At the same time, also hinting that this really should be a local control issue, part of his overall federalism approach. So he mentioned at the top, there may be an opportunity for the press to ask some questions about it, why he did it now, why he didn't do it earlier. That earlier event we all saw was when the president went out and announced new actions on China for their role with Hong Kong, and also announced that funding to the WHO would be cut off. But
a resilient space program that
certainty and just the out of control.
Chuck. Hans, very quickly in the WHO decision, a lot of the money that the United States sends to the WHO is passed through to help, for instance, I believe the PEPFAR program in Africa is funded, some of it's funded this way.
Right.
What's, where's this money going if it's not going to go to the WHO?
When this whole process started, the first thing officials looked at is if you could do an end run around the WHO and give it directly to some of these organizations. That's what the president says he's going to do. But Chuck, there's a reason why you have global clearinghouses like the WHO, because they know where the need is, they know how to distribute it, they have relationships. They're trying to do an end run around this. They're claiming, and we're going to have to check them on this, that the number amount, the dollar amount is going to stay the same, but it's awfully difficult to go entirely around the WHO and try to build this from scratch.
The prosecutor in this case also said that they are investigating the other officers. They anticipate that there could be more charges in this case. There is some new video that shows that two of the officers, not only didn't they help Mr. Floyd, Mr. Vice President, they helped hold him down. Are they just as culpable as the officer who has been charged?
I don't know all the facts. I can see what you're showing me now, but I can't see the body. The answer is it warrants a full-blown investigation and a civil rights investigation as well. Were I president now, I'd have the Justice Department civil rights investigation going on right now to determine their culpability. Obviously, it could be anything from an accessory to something more than that. But I don't have the facts to make that judgment. You could see very clearly in the other photograph, you saw Floyd with his face up against the curb, a knee on his neck, being pressed on, him saying, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." And so there's nothing to be denied there. You can look and see it.
I'm sure, like many Americans, you have watched these pictures that are coming out of Minneapolis and St. Paul and other cities, these protests. They're happening all over the country. No one condones this kind of destruction. But what do you say to these protesters, many of whom are outraged, Mr. Vice President? They are sick and they are tired of black men being unjustly killed. What do you say to them?
I say to them they're right to be, in fact, angry and frustrated. And more violence, hurting more people, isn't going to answer the question. But they're totally correct. And it's time it stops. We have to have, look, think about this. You and I have talked about this before, Don, in another context. You know, I used to think that you could defeat bigotry, but it only hides. It only hides. And when it's given oxygen, like has happened since Charlottesville and on with this president, it in fact brings out the worst and it sort of condones activity that is across the board totally inappropriate. And we must speak out. We must speak out. We must move on this. We must hold people accountable. It is absolutely essential. There is no alternative but to hold perpetrators accountable and keep speaking about it, because I believe the vast majority of American people of all colors, backgrounds, race, religion, think what they saw is absolutely wrong and intolerable.
What do you think of the president's comments when he tweeted, when the looting starts, the shooting starts? Do you think the president is stoking racism and inciting violence with those kinds of comments?
I think he's thoroughly irresponsible. Thoroughly irresponsible. I mean, it is just absolutely, he talks like, I don't know, I'm afraid I'll say something I'll regret. I just find him thoroughly, totally irresponsible.
But you know what, Mr. Vice President, in this moment, people want you.
Pain, a city in pain. And
They want to hear from you. They want your honesty and your candor. I know that you are moderating yourself.
Well,
because
you've
you said
got my
you
honesty and my candor, but not my candor, not my characterization of him personally. He is totally, thoroughly wrong the way he's handling this. It is not presidential. It is not consistent with what other presidents would do. It's not consistent with our values. It's not consistent with who we are as a people. This president steps across the line constantly. The way, well, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Come on.
I want to have a real.
The president says that.
Well, listen, apparently this one. I want to have just a real conversation with you in the time that we have about race in this country. And if you're the right person to heal that divide in this country. You said earlier today that silence means complicity. And that is a message that is so hard, quite honestly, for white people to hear, including those who are sickened by George Floyd's killing and they reject racism. Those people have a hard time understanding how they are complicit. How are you going to deliver that message?
I didn't say because they're not being silent. If you remain silent, don't take words out of context. Look, here's the deal. I said our silence is complicity. The American people are not being silent. They're outraged by this. They don't like it. The fact they're not there in the city protesting doesn't mean they are being complicitous. They are prepared to speak out. They are prepared to say enough is enough. You've seen it. You've seen how they responded. You saw how they responded when those folks came out of the fields in Charlottesville. You saw how they responded, the American people, the vast majority. The vast majority of the American people turned their children's eyes away from what they saw. That's wrong. That cannot happen. They want this. I'll bet if you took a poll today that you'd have overwhelming support with white America saying they must be held accountable for that horrendous activity and action and cruelty that they saw.
In the time that we have left,
I don't believe they're remaining silent.
We have a short time left here, Mr. Vice President, because I know you have to do other interviews. Listen, I know how familiar you are with the black community. It is clear that many African Americans, and rightfully so, see you as an ally. Today you showed a level of empathy that African Americans want to see. And by contrast, that comment that you made a week ago that appeared to take black voters for granted. In light of these horrible events of the last week, it's important for black voters to know which leader are you going to be?
The leader I've always been. I apologized immediately for responding to Charlemagne, who was baiting me. And if you looked at that film, you'll see I was smiling at him. And I was referring to him. I wasn't referring to all African Americans. But I should have never said it. I have never, ever, 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 ever taken the African American community for granted. I have been their ally and they've been mine, and I've worked hard to earn every single vote I've ever gotten. And that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm going to continue to do. No one should be taken for granted based on their race, religion, their background at all.
Okay.
No,
we have a little bit more time. I know that you spoke to George Floyd's family today. Can you share what you said to them and how they responded to you calling them and reaching out to them?
It was a private call, and but as I said before, I'm deeply grateful they took the time. I was truly impressed with their courage and their grace during this unimaginably painful time. And I talked about totally different circumstance, but how I had a sense of understanding how painful the loss was. Tomorrow is the 5th anniversary of losing my son. And I've talked about how, and I tried to give them some solace in terms of how the memory and meaning of George's life would live with him and would in fact be the painful thing that he went through, the awful thing that happened, that it had to be dealt with, it had to be met with, it had to be finished, but that they would always have Here's what impressed me. That's what I will say about them, because I don't have permission to discuss their internal conversation. They're a family. They're a family that's close. Cousins are like brothers. The kids, the mom who's passed away, the family, they're all together. They're a unit. They're always together. And I told them about how that's what happens in families that are close, like my family. It wasn't just, I'm not saying my family went anything through like that, but my point was that they all are coherent. They're together. And George seemed to be the glue that held so many of them together. And we talked about how George was everybody's brother in that family. Everybody's, even his cousins referred to him as brother, and how they take solace from that. And they had to stay together.
I spoke to the family as well, and I know they're very close. And listen, and I've been very transparent with this. After my sister died in 2018, you called me up out of the blue, and I didn't believe it was the former vice president calling me up. So I know that from the tragedies that you've suffered, you know empathy, and I appreciate you for what you did. Listen, I have been saying that there are two viruses in this country, COVID-19 and what I call racism 20, because this is how it is playing out in 2020. It's a very dark time right now, Mr. Vice President, and neither virus has a cure. Are you worried about how we're going to get through this?
You know, I know you and I have talked about this. My docs referred to me in the past as I'm a congenital optimist. I am optimistic because I think what's happened is, I think through this COVID crisis and the mishandling by the president of this, the phenomenal negative impact on the black community, how it has increased 3 times as many people have gotten COVID-19, the disease, the virus. In addition to that, we found that they're 6 times as likely to die. People are beginning to realize the systemic inequity that exists. They want to do something about it. These are the same people who've been carrying the rest of the country on their back. They're the grocery clerks. They're the people driving the trucks. They're the people who are the first responders. They're the nurses' aides and the nurses and the docs. And so I think that this is the sort of the Band-Aid's been ripped off. We have to deal with this. This is an opportunity to take something horrible that's happened and remind ourselves who we are and who we say we are. And the vast majority of the American people are decent, honorable, and they want to change. Just as the majority of the police officers are not bad cops. But you have to deal with this systemic racism that continues to exist in this country. And it's overwhelmingly in everybody's interest that it be done, no matter what your background, no matter what your circumstance. You know, paraphrasing Dr. King, you know, the silence of good people, that's the worst thing that can happen. And I don't believe the American people are going to stay silent. I think they're going to make their voices heard. I think they'll make their voices heard about a lot of the systemic injustices that exist that have just been ripped away by watching what happened in the COVID and seeing this happen as well, in addition to Ahmaud and others who have I think they're ready. I think they're ready to act.
We have to end it here, Mr. Vice President, and I really appreciate you joining us and having this.
Come back another time with you. I always a pleasure to talk with you.
I would love to have you come back and continue this candid conversation, and I think everyone, all Americans around the country should continue to do the same thing. And
without some of the issues that people who look like me have to deal with. Part of it has to do with the way that the law works in terms of prosecuting police officers, which is not entirely a matter of law on paper, but also in terms of case law. Part of it has to do with the way that situations like this are dealt with on the ground. Part of what we heard from the news conference with the governor was from the National Guard. There was a big question about why wasn't the National Guard there? Why wasn't the State Patrol there earlier when all of this started to pop off? The reason is that the National Guard was deployed to protect the state capitol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which is a state agency, the Ramsey County Public Safety Building. They weren't tasked to do law and order work until after midnight. And so with all of these moving parts between what the law says and case law and prosecuting law enforcement officers and who was deployed where to do what at what time, there are all these moving parts, none of which matter to the people on the ground who just want to see justice done. I think we are moving forward, broadly speaking, in terms of the awareness. that we have of these kinds of matters in terms of the urgency that prosecutors feel to push for charges more shrewdly. We heard from Hennepin County's district attorney that this is the fastest he's ever seen a police officer charged. So some things are changing, some things aren't changing very fast, and clearly some things haven't changed at all.
Basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can...
American history, going back to the 70s and the 60s, that has a really ugly, racist history to it.
I mean, come on. Well, let's be honest. The president says, okay, I didn't mean it that way. Is that a phrase that rolls off any of your tongue? Not mine. When the shooting starts, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Has anyone ever really thought of saying that out loud? Is that something that just rolls off the finger, the Twitter feed? That came from somewhere. And he had to have known where that came from. And if he didn't know where it came from, then why on earth, as the President of the United States, when we have a powder keg happening in an American city, why would he tweet it? If he didn't know the origin of it, if he didn't know what it means, what does that mean? You don't know what you're doing. That means that you're ignorant of the language that you're posting, and that means that you are not aware, you have no self-awareness, and you don't understand the situation that we're in right now. It means that what you're trying to do is to inflame people rather than bring people together, or appeal to a certain demographic in your base. It's as simple as that. This is not rocket science. This is not something that you can, I didn't just fall on, neither of you, and I don't think anybody who's watching this program, we did not just fall off the turnip truck, okay? And so for the president to say, oh, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, I didn't know what it is, or maybe he just came up with it, come on, give me a break, really?
And Don, the other issue, I think, and it has to be said, is that the president, I think, ran the risk and still runs the risk of the possibility that he could lead people to commit acts of violence when he engages in that kind of rhetoric. We've seen this before when he referred to the caravan of migrants heading towards the border as an invasion in 2018. We saw a mass shooting at a Walmart in El Paso. The shooter in that event referred to the president's use of the term invasion. When the president refers to the press as the enemy of the people, and then there is attempts of violence aimed at the press, that is a cause and effect. And I think that was the other realization over here at the White House, Wolf and Don, and that is the president, when he tweets things like, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, there is the very real risk, because we've seen this before. It's happened before. We're not speculating. It's happened before. There's a real possibility that when he tweets something like that, somebody could get shot. And the shooter could potentially say, I heard this from the president. I saw his tweet. He motivated me to do this. And it's not exaggerating things to talk about that possibility, because as we've seen, Wolf, it's happened in the past.
This president traffics in racist and incendiary language all the time. Not only did he say when the looting starts, the shooting starts, but look at the other tweets that we put up, and I don't know if we have them at the ready now. Thugs, where he called people thugs. Well, guess what? He's calling a whole lot of people thugs because it was not only African Americans who were in that crowd of protesters. Many of them, if not most of them, from the pictures that I've been seeing, are of different ethnicities. There are a lot of white people in that crowd, in the crowd as well. So he's calling not only African Americans, which may be a dog whistle for some people in his base, he's calling a whole lot of people thugs. That did not happen when we saw the 99.9% of people who were on state houses protesting, spitting in police officers' faces, burning flags, and wanting to liberate and open up the country. He said that those were good people who cared about their country. They were good Americans. They were breaking rules and also putting people's health at risk. And so I don't understand the difference between those good people who want to liberate because they want a haircut or they're tired of sitting on their couches and they're armed to the teeth with semi-automatic weapons. So I don't understand the difference between protesters. Listen, this got out of control in Minneapolis. No doubt about it. No one is condoning the violence. But again, I understand the anger. I don't understand the actions. I'm not going to judge people, because when you don't have an outlet, when you don't have a platform, when you're upset and when you're angered, people lash out in ways that you or I may not understand. So I will give them the benefit of the doubt. But what I will say to them is that enough is enough. This takes away from the message. Protest. Do it smartly. Hold the signs. Hold your leaders accountable. Do it in that way. But this president, he knows exactly what he's doing. He is inflaming racial division in this country because he thinks, not only does he think, he knows it works for him in certain circles in his base. That's exactly what has happened.
We're showing our viewers some live pictures coming in of protesters in Atlanta. Protests are not only in Minneapolis and St. Paul, but they're developing in many cities all around the United States right now, and you can see police are on the scene. People are protesting. Clearly, they're very, very angry over what happened to George Floyd in Minneapolis. And Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Gupta is still with us. Sanjay, I interrupted you before, and you were giving us your analysis on a major development that unfolded today, the arrest of Derek Chauvin, the ex-police officer, third-degree murder charges. We were talking about the report that came in from the autopsy report that suggested the autopsy revealed no physical findings that support a diagnosis of traumatic asphyxia or strangulation. And you were giving us your analysis.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to read that line and maybe read too much into that line. As part of an autopsy, they're looking for all sorts of different things. But in this case, not seeing any physical signs of asphyxia or strangulation, as was mentioned in the report, does not mean that it didn't exist. And I think that's what people probably need to take away. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, as the saying goes. So, they also talked about the fact that he did have underlying evidence of heart disease and a question of whether or not there are any intoxicants, but those lab results probably haven't even come back. I think the fact of the matter is, and anybody can probably apply common sense, having seen the video, that short of him having this significant pressure on his neck, those other things that they talk about in this report would not have led to his death, right? And I think that's the point that the medical examiner is making. It's not a criminal sort of document, it's an anatomical autopsy document. The other thing, Wolf, is and I was just reading the specifics, and I think this is important. For a couple of minutes, at least, maybe up to 3 minutes, the gentleman was unresponsive, and it was pretty clear, obviously, to anyone who was there, and you could hear people talking about that. And then, just again, reading this report, someone checked his pulse and said, I can't find a pulse. Nobody moved at that point. Paramedics then show up. He's put on a stretcher. You have a person without a pulse now who is unresponsive, and the basic protocol at that point, you start cardiopulmonary resuscitation, you start CPR. None of that happened, Wolf, here, as I've been looking through this video. So the medical examiner didn't comment on that part of things, but a lot of this was documented, as you saw, Wolf.
Very important information indeed. Angela Connolly is joining us right now. Angela Connolly is the Hennepin County Commissioner that represents Minneapolis and St. Paul. Angela, thanks so much for joining us. First of all, give us your reaction to the charges that were filed today against this former police officer, Derek Chauvin.
It's absolutely not enough. So we have been calling from day one. The community, the area that I represent in Minneapolis have been calling for day one for 4 arrests and murder. And then we have 3 people who are accomplices to that murder, who were accessories to that murder. And so community does not feel, I do not feel, that this is justice at all. We think that, according to Minnesota statute, if a person commits a crime and there are people with them when that crime is committed, then everybody gets the same charge. So what we want to see is that the other 3 officers involved in this egregious murder of George Floyd are charged, arrested, and they're convicted with the same amount of time. Third-degree murder brings anywhere from, 12 and a half to 15 years, maximum of 25. All 4 officers need to be arrested and charged.
With third-degree murder and manslaughter, is that what you're saying?
Well, they're part of the crime. So whatever we're charging the person who had his knee on George Floyd's neck and cutting off his airflow, all three of those officers heard him beg for his life, heard him say that he could not breathe, heard him call out to his mother. So they are accessories to murder. So Minnesota statute says that for people who are accessories to a murder, they get the exact same punishment as the person who pulled it off.
You heard the Hennepin County Attorney.
But it didn't seem to get out of control when it came to going to other parts of China, because it didn't go very far. But it did come to the United States, it did come to Europe, it went all over the world.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Your conversation with the Floyd family after the Rose Garden event, what was the thing you were trying to impress upon them, and did they have a message for you?
Well, I just expressed my sorrow. That was a horrible thing to witness. And I've seen bad things, I've seen many bad things, and that was just a horrible thing to witness and to watch. And it would certainly look like there was no excuse for it.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
For you, at all did they communicate?
They were grieving very much. It's their brother, and they were grieving. And I could see very much that they loved their brother. Okay?
Mr. President,
Get the back, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. The United States and Brazil right now have more cases of COVID-19 than any other country. Can you understand me?
Brazil, you said?
Yes. My question is, there are many comparisons between the way you and the Brazilian president handled the pandemic. Do you think it's a fair comparison? And how long do you think the travel ban will be in place?
Well, the Brazilian president is a friend of mine, and he's working very hard, and they do have a big, big outbreak. And I can tell you he's a very good man, and he loves his country incredibly well. They've had a hard time, there's no question about it. They went a different route than we did.
He is against...
We did a shutdown, they decided to do it a different way. They're having a very hard time.
He's against social distancing at the moment where the Brazilians...
Can you take that just for a second?
Sure.
Yes.
He is against social distancing and lockdown at the moment where the numbers in Brazil are skyrocketing. What do you think about that?
Well, he went a different way. Brazil went a different way, and certainly they're having a hard time. I don't want to be critical of anybody because I have great respect for him, and he's doing a very good job with the country. That he got hit. He got hit like everybody else. They went about it differently than us. I closed down from China. I closed down from Europe. And we did a lot of close downs. We had to close down from Brazil. You're asking about Brazil. We closed down, as you know, the other night from Brazil. But it's a tough time they're having in Brazil. It's a great country, great place, great people, but they're having a very tough time.
How long do you think the ban will be in place for Brazil? And are you also thinking Russia and
I'd
India?
like to take the ban off as soon as we can. Okay? As soon as we can. Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, do you believe that there's a problem with police brutality in America? And if you do, what would you do about it?
Well, I think that police brutality certainly is something that we've been hearing about, reading about, studying. I have for many years. And we all have to say, and I think most people would admit, that most of the policemen and women that I've seen have been outstanding. When you have something like this happen, you look at it and you just say, how does a thing like that happen? Because it just seems so bad to watch. But our police have been very outstanding. Our crime rates are way down right now in this country, and way down. The police have done a great job. Something like this happens, and you really say, that's so bad in so many different ways, and so unfortunate.
You see
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, it certainly seems like you're sympathetic to some of the frustration expressed by the protesters last night. I want to ask you, first off, do you think there were good people out protesting in Minneapolis last night?
Did you say,
were there good people among the protesters? And then also more broadly, what is your message to Black Americans and others who just are really frustrated and saddened to see another video of a black man being killed in police custody?
Well, certainly there were a lot of different people, and there were good people too, and they were protesting for the right reason. They were protesting in honor of a man, George Floyd, where something happened that shouldn't have happened. In my opinion, from what I've seen, certainly something happened that shouldn't have happened. And yeah, you had a lot of people out there that were protesting out of sorrow, and then you had people that got out of control, some people. And I think they did a great disservice to their state and to their city and to to really our country, what they did last night. And we brought in the National Guard today, and they're there, and that won't happen again. It can't happen again. We can never let that happen again. That was run by the mayor of a city, and it got, in all fairness to him, he was in a tough position, but I don't think they were very well prepared. But we brought in the National Guard. They'll be very prepared tonight. Thank you all very much. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, would you support a civil Justice Department investigation?
Mr. President.
Come on, pattern practice investigation.
Come on, guys, let's go quickly.
All right, the president is there talking to members of the business community about reopening America. We just waited a second there because sometimes the president decides to take one or two more questions after he says thank you. He answered questions on a range of issues, including on Minneapolis and especially about George Floyd, honoring his memory, and emphasized at the end that he thinks Minneapolis will be in a better position tonight, more prepared because the National Guard is there. And he said in all fairness to the mayor that he was under a lot of pressure. And let's take it around the table again. I mean, our virtual table here. Jesse, let me start with you as the president took questions on this. As I thought that he might, I didn't think he would let the day go and the news cycle go without making additional comments like that.
A lot of gotcha questions there. I thought he was pretty nimble in volleying back those things, trying to be as sensitive as possible, but with also not painting too broad of a brush. He got a really tough question about Colin Kaepernick. Remember, the president had been very strong against those kneeling protests in the NFL. He tried to get baited into saying something about that. And I think it's a big difference when you're looting and when you're out there peacefully marching, and then you're also desecrating the flag and the people that serve the country during a moment of unity during the national anthem. He was also asked about police brutality, and it's a really tough question because we have such tremendous police in this country, but in a sad way, you really only get to see 100% of the attention paid to police when there's a negative incident like this. There's so many interactions between the police and the community. 99.9% goes so well. And then everybody looks at it as something like this and they want to talk about how awful the police force is. And it's important to remember how great they are.
Greg, let me give you the final minute to react.
Well, I'll be honest, while he was talking, I was working on my monologue for the GG show, but I heard some of it, and I'll tell you that I have to agree with Jesse. It seems like there's no such thing as a question anymore designed to get real practical information for a viewer. It doesn't seem like that anymore. I can imagine, and I'm not a mind reader, that the reporter goes back and forth with his boss going, use this question, try it this way, you'll get him with this one, it'll be great. And so it's like he's like playing a really weird video game.
In America, but arson is not. And breaking people's windows, that's not a part of it. And I can tell you, Chuck, that the overwhelming number of people protested in an effective way, a way that, even MLK would be proud of. And I do suspect that we might even have had some people who really weren't really part of the protests who came and made some of the mischief. There was some, I will say, some suspicious looking characters in all black, and they looked ready to make mischief. There's videotape of them out there who were seen breaking windows and tossing incendiary devices. So I'm not sure that all the violence was because of legitimate protesters either. But we need our protesters who are demonstrating to take pictures of these kind of people, to report them, and to not allow the arsonists and the property damagers to besmirch their righteous cause that those people are in the street for. I mean, we've got to keep the focus on Mr. Floyd. George Floyd deserves this moment, and the social change we may be able to bring about will be undermined if this thing gets diverted again. So I want people to know that I don't believe the National Guard is there to hurt anyone. A week ago, they were out there doing COVID shots. They were taking COVID tests. They were helping. They help when there are floods. They help when there's all kinds of problems. And they're trying to just keep the peace tonight. So work with them, cooperate with them, and understand that they're there to let you peacefully protest.
What would would you like to see happen at the Minneapolis Police Department?
I think that it's time to really talk about a pattern and practice, top to bottom review. I will tell you that my concern, and I'm being very candid here, is that the leadership, Chief Arredondo, is, I believe, excellent. But I believe that there's folks, particularly the president of the Federation, who are just hostile to change it all and undermine the legitimate progress that that department is trying to make. I know Chief Arredondo is trying to shift the culture there. It's not easy. When he let go of 4 of them at once because they violated the duty to intervene when they saw wrong happening, that was a demonstration of commitment. But what do we see later on? We see the Federation sort of undermining that. I think we need a pattern and practice investigation that will really help us turn the corner in terms of reform.
Attorney General Keith Ellison.
I expect to go marching soon down 14th Street toward the White House. You can see police cars down that way. The police have told us they are going to maintain a presence here. So far, this has been very peaceful. The organizers told me they want to keep it that way, Wolf. They do not want any trouble here. One interesting tactic that they used just a few minutes ago, they called some people from a balcony in this apartment complex up here to come down, and they successfully recruited them to come. So, very passionate, creative, and frustrated crowd here tonight. And these demonstrations are occurring in Atlanta, Washington, elsewhere around the United States as well. There's a lot of anger in the country right now because of the death of George Floyd, who was in police custody, ex-police officer now, for 9 minutes, had his knee on his neck. We're going to continue the breaking news coverage on all of this right after a quick break.
It's hard, but what a deep, long, decades-long nerve in the fraught relationships between the police and the communities that they serve. But my expectation, because of our long history of having bold, peaceful protests in Chicago, is that people will express themselves, but they'll do it in a way that is in fact peaceful. And look, the challenge for us every single day, whether there's a crisis or not, is to build authentic relationships between the police and the communities that they serve. People in our city deserve public safety, no matter where they are, no matter who they are, no matter where they live. But we know that that's got to be done in a way that is consistent with the respect for their lives. And I say this all the time, and I believe it to be true. Our goal with the police department is to make sure that our officers understand that respectful constitutional engagement with the communities that they serve is their most important tool, far greater and more powerful than a gun and a badge. And we're not there yet, but we work hard at that every single day.
You took over a city at a time where there was some heightened racial tensions, particularly having to do with the police department. I know you have a new chief who has been lauded for some of the work he's done in Dallas. How long do you think it takes to change a culture, and how long do you think it's going to take to change the Chicago police culture?
Well, look, he's been 30 days on the job and has had to deal with a range of different things, not the least of which is trying to figure out how to police in a time of a pandemic when everyone is afraid, including officers, and rightfully and understandably so. You're not going to ever change culture overnight. But the thing that I admire a lot about David Brown, in addition to this incredible life story, the challenges that he has met and faced over the arc of his life and his career, is that he's a man that speaks the truth and he leads truly by example. I thought he put out a very bold and powerful statement yesterday, and speaking very clearly that the tactic that was used by the officer who's now been charged is not something that has any place in policing. It was illegitimate from the moment he put his knee on the neck of George Floyd. And that's the kind of bold leadership that we need in this time. And I think that our officers understand that they are being judged every single day, every moment, every interaction, particularly in the time of cameras and social media. But what they have to lean into is their training. And that training should become muscle memory about how to respectfully engage with members of the public, even in a time of protest.
Very quickly, you are hoping to move to phase 3 of reopening next Wednesday.
Yes.
How likely is that? We just saw what happened in Missouri where they had to postpone it. They had some bad tests, it turns out, and their situation's not quite ready. Are you prepared to pull back if necessary?
We are prepared to pull back as necessary, and we've been saying that all along. But my expectation is that we will be there.
At 1-800-CONTACTS, we're here for Bianca, who...
I mean, they're fighting for 2 hours. I don't know. It just kept going on. It was only a little clip.
This always happens on the golf course.
Greg, what do you think they were fighting over?
Well, it's definitely about who's keeping score, because I think the one on the left bogeyed, but then wrote in that he did a birdie, and that's all the.
As fires continue burning in Minneapolis after a third straight night of protests. Zachary Quiche with our 5 o'clock top story.
Just then, former officer Derek Chauvin was taken into custody by the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter. So far, the 3 other officers have not been charged. It's the first arrest in the death of 46-year-old George Floyd. It was Chauvin, a white police officer on this deeply disturbing cell phone video, driving his knee into the neck of the black man as he pleaded for his life. It lasted for at least 7 minutes. Floyd was unresponsive when paramedics arrived and declared dead at the hospital.
That's less than 4 days. That's extraordinary. We have never charged a case in that kind of time frame.
Today, Minnesota's governor and local officials shared their anger over the killing and desire for justice, but called for calm.
Work with us to get the situation controlled. This has been building for decades. This flashpoint came to us, and now what are we going to do about it?
Today's arrest comes after another long night in Minneapolis. Riot police and the National Guard tried to restore order, but protesters did not back down. This police precinct overtaken and set on fire as police evacuated. As the governor alluded to, the deeply entrenched dynamics of structural racism are on full display in Minnesota. Officials there are working on a plan to contain the situation tonight, but they're also pleading with residents to protest peacefully. Zachary Quiche, ABC News, New York.
Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman says the other 3 officers involved in Floyd's arrest are under investigation, and that he does anticipate charges against them as well.
After days of protests and riots, George Floyd's loved ones appear to be one step closer to the justice they're looking for, but many are still wondering why charges did not come sooner. Jacob Sersosimo spoke with a former South Dakota prosecutor today about this process, and he joins us with more on that. Good evening, Jacob.
Good evening, Kelsey. Now that former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is behind bars, some are asking the question on why it took 4 days to happen. Well, I talked to Randy Seiler today, who's the former South Dakota U.S. Attorney, and he says time is needed to gather all the information possible. He emphasizes that it takes time to get all the evidence, interview witnesses, and prepare and issue reports. Seiler adds that arresting someone too fast can affect the trial.
You want to make sure you have all your bases covered, because once the charges are initiated, certain rights kick in with respect to both the prosecution and the defendant and speedy trial time frames.
Now, I also talked to Sioux Falls Police Chief Matt Burns today on how he's preventing something like this happening in the Sioux Falls area. All of that story tonight on KSFY at 6 o'clock. Kelsey?
Thank you, Jacob. At least one protest is planned for this weekend in Sioux Falls. An event called the March for George Floyd begins Sunday evening at 5. The group just updated their plans. They will gather at Van Epps Park, then march to the courthouse and the police department. Organizers say the march is a peaceful demonstration to stand against racism. Sioux Falls police say anyone who is planning a protest should get an assembly permit and provide a plan in order to keep people safe.
Obviously, there's
people can gather, people can protest. That's a constitutional right. We're not here to interfere with that. But when you start to have those gatherings, you don't always know who's going to show up.
The South Dakota Attorney General's office teaming up with the Sioux Falls Police Department for a remote training program for recruits that is set to begin this fall. Sioux Falls typically sends about 24 recruits to the academy every year. The remote option will double that training capacity. The Sioux Falls Police Department is authorized for 274 sworn officers. First check of the weather here at 5 o'clock with our chief meteorologist, Phil Schreck. It would have been fantastic today if not for that breeze. When that wind came up, it was chilly.
Yeah, it was windy a little bit, you know, especially earlier on today. Thankfully, it wasn't as strong as yesterday when we had those wind gusts up over 30 miles an hour at times. But the wind that we had today, even though it was less than yesterday, combined with the cooler temperatures, made it cool this morning. But this afternoon wasn't too bad. We are a little bit cooler than yesterday at this time. Let's check out how much. I mean, not all that much. We're about, right around 5 degrees, 5 to 10 degrees cooler.
A coronavirus update from around the region. Tyson Foods has announced it will temporarily close a pork plant in Storm Lake, Iowa. It comes after state health officials revealed that 555 of its roughly 2,500 employees had tested positive for COVID-19. The company says it will close the plant over the next 2 days and stay closed while undergoing a deep cleaning next week. The South Dakota Department of Health is reporting 5 new COVID-19 deaths tonight. 4 were from Minnehaha County, the others from Beadle County. That brings the state death toll to 59. Health officials also confirming 77 new cases and more than 1,500 new negative tests. The department is also reporting 32 new cases in Beadle County, where there are 164 active cases. Currently, 95 patients are hospitalized with COVID-19. The no mingling ordinance for the city of Sioux Falls has officially expired, allowing businesses to fully reopen.
City leaders are encouraging social distancing and the following of CDC guidelines. Scott Agan spoke with a popular summertime business about what they're doing now as more people venture out. He continues our coverage here at 5.
For many businesses in the Sioux Falls area, customers are starting to slowly come back. And even though city ordinances have been lifted, staff at Thunder Road says they continue to be cautious.
For General Manager Ryan Freeze, there was nothing better than seeing smiling faces back on the go-kart track.
I think people are definitely meant to be social. They're meant to have interactions, build memories together. And for us to be able to see that again is just, it's a heart warmer and it's a spirit lifter.
I like seeing people out and enjoying this time just because we were stuck in a quarantine. It's kind of like one of those family things you can do.
Hi. As the park welcomes guests back in, staff is being sure to keep safety as the top priority.
They're doing an excellent job. They have checklists for us to do.
Frequently sanitizing all shared surfaces, requiring employee temperature checks as well as face masks, and asking groups to remain at least 6 feet apart from each other.
So with our clubs, anytime that they're touched or if they're used, the guests will come back over, set them in our discard area. We'll go ahead and completely sanitize them, set them over here in an area so they can go ahead and dry completely.
While foot traffic isn't quite back to normal, Freeze is glad to see people start to venture back out.
I think people felt really safe being outside. Is that an alternative? And we've had really just positivity on being patient while we wipe things down and things like that. And I think it's just been awesome.
As well as being reopened to the public, Thunder Road is just finishing up a major expansion project and is excited to welcome customers back in to see the finished product in July. Reporting in Sioux Falls, Scott Ingen, Dakota News Now.
More people have been ordering takeout lately, it seems. According to the delivery service Bite Squad, folks in Sioux Falls have quite a palate. SiouxFalls.business shared this list earlier today. It's the top 10 dishes ordered in Sioux Falls during the pandemic. The wet burrito from Jackie's Restaurant is at the top, followed by the lunch special at Sushi Masa and the Gyro plate at Nick's Gyros. Appetizers like crab rangoon and egg rolls rounded out the top 10. Can we stop talking about food, please? Along with dishes from Sanaa's 8th Street Gourmet, Sicky's Garage, and Everest Indian Cuisine. Kelsey, over to you.
I'll take one of everything. Thank you. Well, coming up, a big announcement for youth sports leagues in Sioux Falls. Why this summer might look a little more normal after all. Hi, Phil.
And it's going to be feeling like summer pretty soon. We'll have your complete forecast coming up around 5:16.
Alrighty, sir. Thank you. Place your bets. 2 area casinos are welcoming guests back. More on that when Dakota News Now at 5 o'clock continues.
Eric. And fees from nowhere. Time-wasting stores.
We can move back to where you'd like. We can move back to where you'd like here. We are live on the air at the moment.
And healthcare professionals. We're giving them $100 toward it.
Tone on racial issues has changed a lot in a week.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
How might faux pas or protests affect his choice of a running mate? One of Minnesota's senators is a VP shortlister.
If George Floyd's death has any legacy, because he will never be brought back, it should be systematic change to our criminal justice system in Minnesota.
Amy Klobuchar was part of that criminal justice system as Hennepin County prosecutor and denies letting the officer arrested in the death of George Floyd walk after he was involved in another death.
9 months after I was in the U.S. Senate is when it went to the grand jury.
Another possible running mate is focused elsewhere. Kamala Harris writes, Trump's tweets yet again show what racism looks like. This is why we need new leadership. Vote. Congresswoman Val Demings says she's on the short list, and now she's writing about her time as Orlando's police chief. Quote, as a former woman in blue, let me begin with my brothers and sisters in blue. What in the hell are you doing?
The nation is on fire, and the President of the United States is standing there with gasoline.
Republicans are growing impatient with North Carolina's Democratic governor, writing they need to know by June 3rd if they can host a convention featuring thermal scans and antibacterial gel. The governor's office tells Fox North Carolina will continue working with the RNC to ensure the convention can be held safely. That's as Joe Biden signals these conventions could fall in the summer of the protest.
None of us can be silent. None of us can any longer can we hear the words, I can't breathe, and do nothing.
Biden will no longer speak this weekend at the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party Convention, the two-day event that had been made virtual out of respect for concerns over public health has now been postponed out of respect for protesters concerned with racial injustice. Brett?
Peter, thank you. Also breaking tonight, the newly minted Director of National Intelligence has transmitted declassified transcripts of phone conversations between then incoming White House National
physically in this, but also absolutely to what degree should it have been clear to them? It seems to me it should be absolutely clear to police officers when they should intervene to save the life of someone who is under their care. Mr. Floyd was under their care. It was their responsibility, since he could not do harm to them or to the public, laying on the ground in handcuffs, that his health, his life, was absolutely part of their legal responsibility.
John, let me get your thoughts on this, because as we watched the protests begin 72 hours ago, there were a lot of questions as to whether or not these charges should have come sooner. Some people speculated that the delay in the charges coming was probably because they were going to go for more of an aggressive charge against the arresting officer in this case. But now it's only third-degree murder and manslaughter, and there should be the caveat, of course, that that could be upgraded and could change over time as more evidence emerges. But should police, or excuse me, should the attorney have done this earlier and possibly quell some of the anger on the streets?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Mike Freeman should have. Mike Freeman knew exactly what the law is. He knows the law better than me. And so he could have charged. It was probable cause to charge. We see black men in our jails here in Ramsey County and Hennepin County that are locked up right now on probable cause. And so he could have locked this officer up on probable, a former officer, by the way, up on probable cause.
Maya, you brought up the issue of third-degree murder, and I wanted just to read for you, if I can, that actual statute from Minnesota's third-degree murder statute. Whoever, without intent to affect the death of any person, causes the death of another by perpetrating an act imminently dangerous to others and evincing a depraved mind without regard for human life. I guess the question then becomes, do you foresee any further charges now that we know that he kept his knee on his neck for almost 3 additional minutes after he had been subdued and was unresponsive? Is that an indication that he had a different intention?
You know, especially when his fellow officers were asking, should we roll him over? We're expressing some worry, and bystanders were as well. And at one chilling point, you know, someone feels for the pulse of Mr. Floyd and can no longer feel it. And he keeps his knee there, and none of the officers step in and stop him either. So I think, yes, there are real questions here. Yes, the prosecutors can supersede, we call it, this complaint. They can amend it. The question I have is, there is a black man who I have seen in the news who is charged with second-degree murder because his child died, and the evidence suggests that he was physically abusive to his child. Now, if that's a second-degree murder case, why isn't this a second-degree murder case? I think that's a question that, you know, the public has a right to hear the answer to.
John,
I'm not calling it racism. I'm not calling it racism. But if it looked like a duck, it got a beak like a duck, and it quacked like a duck, it's probably a duck.
All right, so let me ask you specifically about another issue that today a lot of people are saying was a result of race. That was the arrest and ultimate release of a CNN camera crew there. Do you think race played a role in the apprehension or the arrest of that particular reporter who was just doing his job live on the air, presented his credentials, told people that he was, or told the police specifically, that he was a reporter for CNN, and they still took him away?
Hey, listen, we just had a Klan rally, I mean a Trump rally right outside the governor's mansion just a week ago. And there were people outside with AR-15s right outside of the Minnesota governor's mansion. They had their guns out protesting to open the state back up. And I seen zero police presence. Zero police presence. When these protests first started, you know, there was...
All right, it seems like, unfortunately, we lost John Thompson there. Maya Wiley, let me just pick up on that point really quickly if I can. Why do you think there is that contrast really quickly between what John was just describing, that scene at state capitals in various states, in Michigan and elsewhere, predominantly white protesters armed, not being pepper spray, not being tear gas, not being shot at with rubber bullets, and what we see play out on the streets of Minneapolis?
There is a tremendous amount of stereotyping of black people as violent, as dangerous. Very little of it has basis in fact, but unfortunately, the fact that the stereotype exists means we see the behavior that takes that stereotype, imprints upon people that behavior, whether or not they're engaging in it or not. I have to say, there was footage of police officers in a different state with a white man coming at them with a machete, and I mean coming at them with a machete in a violent stance. And the officer put his 2 hands up and backed away to de-escalate the situation. I think all too frequently, it doesn't matter, as we saw in that shocking video with the CNN reporter, that no matter your behavior, that man was the epitome of respect, of saying, just tell me what you want us to do. We're journalists. We're here together, all of us, with cameramen, and still not directed where they wanted him to stand, which he was absolutely reporting that he would do, but literally taking him and saying, you're under arrest, and him doing what any of us would do and saying, can you please tell me why? Then we see a report that another reporter who was white had an exchange with different state troopers who said, oh, okay, you're the press, fine. That is exactly the reason why black people are protesting all around the country, because this kind of treatment it's horrific what happened to George Floyd. But the reality is those kinds of interactions at the level of just day-to-day activity is something that black people experience in this country every day. This isn't an explosion just on this one horrific case, although it merits it. It's an explosion about the fact that these kinds of humiliations, and the Muslim community experiences it, the Latino communities experience it, Native American communities experience it, that the stereotypes that are carried in the society about whole groups of people often put those people at risk. And that is why we have to change how we think about each other and how we treat each other. And it has to be embedded in law, it has to be embedded in policy, and it must be embedded in the practice and the accountability for when those policies aren't followed.
All right, Maya Wiley, stay with me, please. John Thompson, earlier we lost him, but thank you very much for joining us. And we should also emphasize, as we see there on the screen, in all these protests happening across the country, they're multicultural, multiracial, and as I mentioned, people from all walks of life joining that cause. Coming up,
a large location, plenty of space for the protesters to gather, to march, to voice their frustration, and that's what they've been doing. You can hear there's chanting and there's clapping behind me, and most important, of course, is that it's been peaceful, and people have been able to gather here, and the police have allowed them to gather here. And really, Wolf, I think this is what's so significant here is that how big the crowd is. I mean, this is the second day that I've been covering protests here, and I've covered other protests through the years here in New York City. This is a sizable crowd. Of course, for New York City, they have gone through their own share. The folks here have gone through their own shares with issues with police. Omar mentioned the Eric Garner case. Was a significant case here involving the police with interaction with a black man in Staten Island that they put in a chokehold, almost in a similar situation to what we're seeing play out now. There as well, the police put him in a chokehold. He eventually died. And of course, there was an investigation that went on for years and nothing ever happened. So we're hearing Eric Garner's name mentioned here, and really just a very peaceful, orderly crowd as they continue to gather here, Wolf, and just police really allowing them to gather, to chant.
The sweetest memories. Before moving west and becoming over what happened in Minneapolis, family's Illinois farm. St. Paul, Minnesota right now, which
outdoors this weekend with the sunshine and warm weather. Meteorologist Scott Munt has information on it becoming suddenly summer.
Outdoor activities at public parks like this one, though, are still on hold, and it's creating a lot of confusion for district residents. Tennis courts, like the one behind me, you can see, still have no nets. But public pools citywide across the city are now filled up in anticipation of the summer rush during the summer season, whether anybody is...
Free laundry services to the family of frontline responders.
Other 3 officers held accountable as well. As you well know, there is an enormous amount of anger and rage in St. Paul, in Minneapolis, across the nation right now around this. That's anger that we can see somebody like George Floyd, who's just described by all who knew him as a gentle giant, just wake up to a video of him being killed, no less by someone who we pay, who we hire as a community to protect us. We are angry because his name is not the first one. As you were just talking about, Eric Garner is the one who already said, I can't breathe, while being choked to death by a police officer. The fact that we have to clarify which unarmed, unaggressive African-American man we're talking about who got choked to death while he's saying, I can't breathe, is the reason why people are so angry. And on top of that, it's the fact that we can't find any historic basis to be able to tell the young people who are enraged about this, without a shadow of a doubt, that someone will be held accountable when a life is lost in such drastic and dramatic fashion. We're seeing anger. That anger is understandable. That anger is inevitable at some point when people keep getting off the hook and no one is held accountable. And unfortunately, it's being expressed in some really unfortunate, some unacceptable and destructive ways.
The Hennepin County Attorney, Michael Freeman, says he anticipates charges will be filed against the 3 other police officers seen in that video, either standing aside, doing nothing in the midst of all that screaming, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, coming in from George Floyd. Do all 4 police officers, now former ex-police officers, from your perspective, Mayor, need to be charged for members of your community to feel justice has been served?
Absolutely. Well, my father's a retired member of the St. Paul Police Department for nearly 30 years. I remember there were days where we'd pass something that was going on, and he'd go to intervene, and I'd say, hey, why don't you tell them it's your day off? And he would laugh and say, I never have a day off. I'm always accountable for my actions. Our police officers have a duty to intervene. They weren't standing there doing nothing. 2 of them were kneeling on George Floyd as well. The other was standing guard over the scene. And I'll tell you, doing nothing is even if that is all that they did, it's a major failure of their duty to intervene. And if it was just one officer, we might be able to say, you know, bad apple or rogue officer or something along those lines. But when we see 3 officers who can see a scene that every other member of humanity who I know can look at it and say that's just wrong and not feel like it's their job to intervene, then that speaks to a broader culture, a generalized, normalized, accepted culture that must be broken.
Mayor Carter, I want you to stand by because I want to get the reaction also from Andrea Jenkins, the Minneapolis City Council Vice President, who's also joining us right now. Andrea, thank you so much for joining us. We got Mayor Carter's reaction. What's your reaction to the charging of this former police officer, Derek Chauvin, 3rd-degree murder and manslaughter?
How you doing, Wolf? I'm happy that charge has been made. It's not the charge that I think it will ultimately be, but it does get the perpetrator, Officer Chauvin, off the streets and in custody, and now the other 3 officers, I believe, need to be charged so that we can really begin to turn the corner in this community and begin to heal our community and clean up our streets and rebuild our community, and that is the direction we need to be headed in.
Do you think the other 3 police officers, ex-police officers, will be charged?
Again, I'm certainly not an attorney. I think they should be charged. I mean, they were not only complicit, I mean, they were involved. There's new video that I just saw today that actually shows that 3 officers were kneeling on Mr. Floyd during that incident, and 1 officer who we initially saw standing guard, but now I saw this new video, and all 3 are kneeling on him with their knees and putting their full body weight on them. So absolutely, they should be charged.
As you know, there's an 8 p.m. curfew tonight in Minneapolis because obviously authorities are afraid there's going to be a repetition of what happened last night, the night before. What are you bracing for?
Well, I support that, and I know you have Mayor Carter on the line too, and I hope that 8 p.m. Curfew is actually in St. Paul as well. I mean, we are the Twin Cities, and so we are very, very closely situated. It is, I think, the right move to do for the time being, for the next couple of days until we can regain control of the streets and stem the destruction of the very communities. I mean, these communities that are being set on fire and looted, these communities house people of color and low-income communities, people who are really struggling. And in the midst of this pandemic, there's limited transportation options for people. There are limited grocery store and medical supply options for people. And so we have to begin to turn the table so we can make sure that we are directing today marks the largest day of death from the COVID crisis in Minnesota. And so it's very discerning, and we got to get a handle on it.
We certainly do. Andrea Jenkins has begun.
All of us across the nation are frankly talking and watching each other. You watch a little bit internationally as well.
It is a collaborative effort involving administrators, health experts, parents, and teachers. Each school is unique, given the size of classrooms, the age and health of staff, and numerous factors. Among some commonplace ideas, socially distant spacing, temperature checks, hand washing stations, half days with cleaning between morning and afternoon sessions, or classes every other day to include some online learning, meals at desks only, limiting contact sports and some extracurricular activities, and wearing masks.
By this time next year, I would hope they're all in there all the time.
Holding a powerful potential veto are unions, the American Federation of
Murder commit the crime, and those could carry a significant less of a penalty. But again, we have this horrific situation where 4 days after the fact, an officer who is seen crushing a man's neck on videotape is finally charged with the crime. 3 other officers who were very involved in the same enterprise, the same criminal enterprise, they're still on the street. They haven't been charged with the crime yet. I mean, I have to say, as a black man in America, I didn't know it was that hard to get arrested.
Paul Butler there, thank you very much for that thought and for your insight as always. Thanks for that. Turning next to the Minneapolis Police Department and the history of complaints against it, which is driving so much of the anger on the streets.
Commonly touched surfaces should be cleaned and disinfected, and people are also being urged, if possible, to drive to work instead of using public transportation. Let's examine how Congress is changing because of coronavirus. Here's congressional correspondent Chad Pergram.
Capitol Hill pulses when Congress is in session.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Mueller, what's your message to the president?
Gentlemen will suspend. It's just wrong.
But now the Capitol is a shell of itself. Abandoned hallways, cavernous ornate rooms, few people even around. This is Independence Avenue between the U.S. Capitol and the House office buildings. When Congress is in session, this street bustles. Members of Congress rushing across from the House office building to the House floor to vote. Lobbyists pulling in cabs to go talk to aides and members of Congress. But coronavirus has quieted this street. Congress isn't made for social distancing. Dozens of aides packed into cramped offices. But thousands of staff will now likely telework for months.
The exposure both to the members, but also the staff and other people who are working in the Capitol.
Security, was there some sort of a relationship between them, or did they have some sort of issue with each other, or was this just an odd, strange occurrence?
That's a very strange occurrence. I am not in any way have any information around if they had a relationship. I know that the restaurant is not a particularly large.
I want to just interrupt Andrea, if you could hear me. I just want to interrupt because we on CNN earlier in the day did speak with the owner of that club, who said yes, they both worked there as bouncers, but she didn't think they actually worked together and they really didn't know each other. Just a coincidence. This is what the owner told us on CNN, that they really didn't know each other, but it's pretty amazing coincidence. But go ahead and finish your thought.
Well, my thought is that, I mean, I've been working for quite some time, and, even if you don't necessarily personally have a relationship with people in your workplace, you know who's there. Particularly if you're a police officer and a security guard, and your main job is to secure the place, you need to know who all is responsible for that security. And so I would suspect that there had to have been some level of awareness of who each other were. Not saying that they were friends or compadres or having dinner on the weekends together. Clearly, from the owner's description, that the former officer, felt pretty uncomfortable around African American people.
By the way, take a
So,
look, if you could, Andrea, if you could see what's going on in San Jose, California, you can see this individual, his car, the rear window has just been smashed in. I'm not sure, I obviously don't know who's driving away right now, but you can see the rear window was just smashed in by some of the demonstrators, some of the protesters. In San Jose, it's going on, Andrea and Mayor Carter, in St. Paul, in Minneapolis, obviously, right here in Washington, we seeing huge crowds walking down 14th Street Northwest. They're heading, we're told, towards the White House. Brian Todd is on the scene for us there as well in Atlanta. All around New York and Brooklyn, we saw Shimon Prokopez reporting from there. You got to worry, Andrea, and let me get Andrea to weigh in first. You got to worry that this situation could continue. We hope it doesn't, but could continue to explode in violent ways.
It really can, Wolf, and I really hope that we can get cooler heads prevailing, calmer heads. It's time for our leadership at the very top of our government to really be able to talk to people and calm these tremendous expressions of anguish and pain. And I, more than anybody, recognize that is likely not to happen. So that means that people like myself and Mayor Carter and others in your platform that you all have, we have to be calling for calm and peace. I understand the frustration, but we are compounding some really serious issues with the health crisis, the economic crisis that's going on, and dare I say, we know that white supremacist groups have been growing exponentially, particularly in the past 3 to 4 years, and we could be potentially sitting on a powder keg.
Hey, Wolf, can I ask something real quick?
Sure, go ahead, man.
So I want to ask the mayor and Andrew, whoever wants to answer, but Mayor, you first. Last night we spoke to Chief Ramsey, former Washington, D.C. Police chief, and also the Philadelphia Police Commissioner at one point. And when they were bringing in the National Guard, and the National Guard was bringing in 500 people, that was as of last night. And Wolf, correct me if it's been updated, I don't know if they've added more people. But what Chief Ramsey said to me, considering the pictures he was looking at, considering it's twin cities, 2 cities at least happening there, he didn't think 500 members of the National Guard would be enough. Do you think that if let's hope it doesn't happen, but if the protesters get out of control tonight in some way, do you think you have enough manpower to be able to keep the citizens safe and the city?
Well, I sure hope so. We've had a great relationship with not just our National Guard, but with our University of Minnesota Police, our Metro Transit Police, with other suburban jurisdictions as well, to be able to bring support. I'll tell you, our St. Paul police officers and firefighters sure provided hero work for us in our community yesterday. We have ultimately 3 groups, really, in our city yesterday. We have those who are just distraught and heartbroken by the loss of George Floyd, who feel just wholeheartedly like I do that he should still be alive, who feel wholeheartedly like I do that all 4 of those officers should be held accountable for his death, and feel wholeheartedly like I do that we have to do everything that we can to prevent this from ever happening again. We had a group of folks who were down here trying to just use his death as an excuse to break a window and set something on fire. The bigger group, I think, is the number of people, in particular maybe young people, who are enraged by this, who know that this cannot continue, who also know, frankly, that rioting and looting doesn't honor his name and doesn't make a different future for us. But they're looking at us all to say, what is the path? We've seen courts fail. We've seen legislation fail. We've tried and tried and tried, and we've just seen this pattern continue over the last decade as far as the camera phones are concerned. But our grandparents have seen this over generations. And so we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to them to provide ourselves with a path out of this. And until we don't just address the how people are protesting. We got to make sure that we do it in a way that's constructive, but we also have to address the why people are protesting, not just at the local level, but at the national level as well.
All right, I want Mayor Carter to stay with us, Mayor Melvin Carter of St. Paul, also Andrea Jenkins, the Minneapolis City Council Vice President. You can see these demonstrators around the country. They're obviously very angry over the death of George Floyd, the charge today, third-degree murder and manslaughter against Derek Chauvin, the ex-police officer. Brian Todd, you're watching the demonstrators moving here in Washington, D.C. Tell us what you're hearing. Tell us where you're seeing. Are they heading towards the White House?
They do appear to be heading toward the White House, Wolf. They've got a few blocks to go up 14th Street and then west to 16th Street. They say that that's where they're going to go. We're going to see if that happens. But I got to tell you, we've been pretty impressed with how this crowd has grown just in the last 30 minutes. Our photojournalist, Jay McMichael's going up on his perch here. You can see all these people. There are thousands of people on the streets of Washington now. We started out with maybe a couple of dozen. It grew to a couple of hundred. It is now in the thousands. It's a very boisterous crowd. They're doing chants like, no justice, no peace, as we hear all across the country. Many of them a few moments ago started raising their hands and saying, don't shoot. They've done, excuse me, sir. They have called out the names of many young African-American men who have died at the hands of police, and then repeating, say their names. So they are very, very frustrated. One of the organizers, sorry guys, just got to move around a bicycle. One of the organizers told me a short time ago that they want to send a message to the protesters in Minneapolis to keep fighting the good fight. But in the same breath, he said, here in Washington, they do not want damage to property. They don't want to confront the police. They don't want any of the looting that's gone on. So far, Wolf, this is very peaceful, very passionate, very boisterous. We're going to see where it ends. A lot of very impassioned speeches, too. One gentleman told the crowd that he's been crying ever since he saw George Floyd die in that video. So, again, frustration that this keeps happening to young African-American men, unarmed men. They want it to stop. One young lady, though, told us, one of the organizers told us, she just does not think it's going to stop anytime soon. So they're very resolute, they're very angry. They don't see a lot of hope that this is going to end anytime soon, Wolf.
Yeah, it's a serious situation. The demonstrators underscoring that in Washington, D.C., in New York, out in California, obviously in Minneapolis and St. Paul as well. In Atlanta, we've been seeing some demonstrators. Also, it's a very, very serious situation. Laura Coates, our legal analyst, is with us, and I'm anxious, Laura, to get your legal analysis of what has happened today. Third-degree murder charges, manslaughter charge against Derek Chauvin, the ex-police officer who had his knee on George Floyd's neck for almost 9 minutes. That was going on. And the last 2 minutes, I'm looking at the charging document, Laura, the last 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 53 seconds, George Floyd, according to this charging document, was non-responsive. So give us your legal analysis.
Every time you give us that length of time that Mr. Floyd was either on the ground, let alone unresponsive, and had a knee in his neck, all of our collective stomachs drop, and there is a visceral reaction. But let me focus on the legality issues and the charges. And we were all waiting on bated breath ever since that press conference yesterday, Will. And the idea here that it's a third-degree murder charge, which is essentially saying that they don't believe that this officer had, at this time, the intent to actually kill George Floyd. But even without that intent, acted with such a disregard for the sanctity
for someone's death, in such dramatic fashion. We've asked ourselves over and over again, we're tired of asking, how blatant does it have to be? How egregious does it have to be? How well documented does it have to be for somebody to be held accountable? We need that question to stop so our healing can start.
And Don, you can't deny, you can't walk away from the fact that George Floyd was black, was an African American, and so many people are wondering right now, if he had been white, what would have happened?
Well, I think that we shouldn't be wondering now. We know what would have happened. I don't think he would have been treated that way. Think about how many videos like this do you see of actually a white person? You don't really see them. It's not to say that it doesn't happen, but I think this is proof, especially if you see, well, all you have to do is watch what happened to Omar this morning. And that's it. Stop questioning whether he did, the guy, was fighting back or whatever. The video's not showing that. Stop questioning whether people, are making this up or exaggerating it or playing the race card or whatever. Stop making those excuses. We see what happens. We know what happens. But I think here is the possibility of what good is going to come of this. Take a look, scroll through all of these cities that we are looking at here. This one is Minneapolis. You can look at Phoenix, you can look at Washington, D.C., Minneapolis, St. Paul. Look at the diversity of the crowd. These are not just black folks. These are, in some cities, most of them are white. And they're young people. And they are fed up. And so people they've awakened. Their eyes are open now. They know that this is BS, that this should not be happening. Look at Brooklyn. These are white people. These are white kids, many of them. And they know the injustice that happens to people of color, especially men of color. And if they didn't, it has been cemented by the video of George Floyd. It has been cemented by Omar Jimenez. It has been cemented by Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. It has been cemented by Mr. Cooper, who was in Central Park and got the police falsely called on him. People are not stupid. They know what's happening. And so for anyone to say, oh, well, this happened, oh, well, that happened, this wouldn't have happened, it doesn't happen to black people any more than it happens to white people, that's all BS. Stop it. Take your blinders off. Take the mask off of this racism. Just look at these crowds. Look at these people. These young
Don,
people.
this is Washington, D.C. It's not very far away.
There you go.
Yeah, from the White House. They're marching down 14th Street right now.
They need to march right to the White House and have a talk with the man at the White House.
I want to bring Abby Phillip into this conversation. Abby, looks like they're heading down 14th. This is an area you and I know well. Make a right turn, then head down 16th Street towards the White House. These folks, they are angry right now, and as Don correctly points out, these are a lot of young Washingtonians, or at least people who live in Washington, who are marching.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's really actually important that they're headed in that direction, because it's really about what I think people have not seen from the president, who at times like this is looked to be the unifier of the country, to be someone that people can look to for guidance through a really difficult time. On top of this pandemic, what is happening in Minneapolis is traumatizing to a lot of people, not just black people, but white people too, and a lot of Americans who are just sick of this. But one thing we have not heard from the president is any sort of discussion about these underlying issues that you and Don and others have spent the last couple of hours discussing. There has been almost no conversation about the fundamental question about the treatment of black people in this country, about the use of police force, what is appropriate and what is not, what is just and what's not. And I think that's one of the reasons you've seen so much frustration. All of this is happening as, the president is running for re-election. He's trying to convince Americans that he can lead this country for everyone. But this remains a blind spot, Wolf. I've been covering him for 3 years now. This has always been a blind spot, most notably at Charlottesville. And I think it's going to be very hard for the president to undo all of that by simply calling George Floyd's family, or even sending out a tweet saying that he's calling for an investigation. People in this country, as you can see from all these protests, are tired, they're fed up, and they're looking for actual action from the government and leadership from the president specifically.
It's a really important point that you're making. Andrea Jenkins, I think you're still with us. Andrea Jenkins is the Minneapolis City Council Vice President. Unfortunately, she had to go, but Mayor Melvin Carter of St. Paul is still with us. What would you like, Mayor, to hear from the President of the United States, to see from the President of the United States at a very delicate moment like this, where we're facing a coronavirus pandemic? And now we're facing a very, very angry reaction, not only in St. Paul and Minneapolis, where you are, but all across the country. As you can see what's happening in the nation's capital, a lot of young people are marching toward the White House.
I think it's time for the president to tell us, or or maybe the former president to tell us that we are all in this together, that we are looking for the same type of treatment, that those officers who say, hey, wait a minute, don't rush to judge, don't be judged during execution or over these accused officers, that the people who are in the streets right now, they're saying, we sure wish George Floyd would have had that exact same treatment, that there's an opportunity for us to be in this movement together as we fight for a broader humanity.
It's a very important point. You know, Don, I want you to tell our viewers what you're working on, because you're working on a very, very special program that will air here on CNN Sunday night. Tell us about that.
We're working on a program that's just playing out before everyone's eyes about the treatment of African Americans, especially African American men. I Can't Breathe. Black men living and dying in America is the special that airs on Sunday night. And the only thing I can say about it is this is what's happening. These are the pictures of what happens to many black men in this country. And so I hope everyone tunes in on Sunday night, and I hope because I think they'll learn something. Walking up, you probably want to talk about this video that you see right there. This is your show after all, but as you can see, it's getting violent in Washington.
Yeah, this is Washington, D.C. We're looking at live pictures coming in from Washington, D.C. You can see the folks. It looks like this young man over here is about to be arrested by local police. It's getting obviously ugly here, Don, as we're watching these images coming in. We've seen a lot of people walking down 14th Street, very peaceful, but all of a sudden we're seeing this image and it's very disturbing.
And people want to focus on, again, there are hundreds, if not thousands of young people out there, most of them young people. This is one, maybe two people. So again, you have to keep a perspective on that. There's always going to be one in the crowd.
Hold on a second. Brian Todd is on the scene for us. Tell us what's going on, Brian.
Well, what I can tell you is there was a disturbance surrounding the police escorting one man out, and the crowd got angry at this one man. They started throwing things at him. We were told by the police that it was a medical situation when they rushed past us. And then we saw them escorting one man out, and the crowd started just really harassing that man, throwing things at him, throwing things at the police. And they seem to have gotten the man into the well of the entrance to this building. And the crowd is very, very riled up right now. There's still some stuff being thrown here. And I cannot tell from my vantage point whether they've gotten the man into the building or not, into some safety, but this one young man that they were escorting out of Lafayette Park, the crowd really turned on him in particular.
Wolf,
yeah, go ahead, Don.
Are you there?
Yeah.
I'm being told by Tara Setmeyer, who works for us, whose husband is also a Secret Service, maybe former Secret Service. That is Uniform Division Secret Service, not local police. I just wanted to tell you guys that. So I don't know if that makes any kind of a difference.
Well, they're getting closer and closer to the White House, so uniformed Secret Service personnel would be there, as well as regular Washington, D.C. police as well. It's looking like there's a lot of anger going on right now. You see the police going into that building, closing the door, but you see the folks outside. And look at that crowd, Brian Todd. It's a really significant crowd. They were so peaceful just moments ago, but now they're angry.
They are, Wolf, and now they're cheering. We don't know exactly what set them off. There was, as you mentioned, it was very peaceful, very boisterous, very passionate, and then they started to stream into Lafayette Park. The police and Secret Service rushed past us saying it was a medical situation. And then we saw them escorting a young white male out of the park. I have no idea what happened with that young man, but the crowd really turned on him. They started throwing objects at him, water bottles, things like that, at him and his police escorts. The police rushed him to this building, which is a bank building, incidentally, and got him into the building somehow. The crowd has now settled a little bit, and now they're chanting "No justice, no peace." We don't know exactly what set off the crowd, but I've covered a lot of these things in my career, and it can be literally anything at any moment that can set someone off. Again, we don't know exactly what that young man did. Here's the police detail coming to us here. It's actually Secret Service police. They are trying to get inside the building.
So where are you now, Brian? Are you near Lafayette Park, which is right across the street from the White House?
Yes. Yes, Wolf. Well, right across the street at about 15th and Pennsylvania Avenue. Lafayette Park is right behind us. our photojournalist Jay is panning the crowd. You can see the park behind us. And the crowd is very intent on finding out what exactly happened with this young man who they got into this building with some real urgency. The police, they screamed past us. We got kind of pushed out of the way a little bit. And the police got him in. They were very concerned about his safety. He seemed like he was a little bit disoriented. But again, we don't know the incident that really kind of got all this going. We know that the crowd is very, very riled up right now. And we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens if anyone actually comes out of this building. And you see the crowd chanting here.
All right, Don, you can hear them. You can hear Black Lives Matter. You can hear a lot of chanting going on. There's an enormous amount of anger, Don.
Yeah, there's an enormous amount of anger, and that is why it is important, as we started this evening off on this program, Wolf, talking about my interview with Joe Biden, that is why it's important for our leaders to call for calm and to speak to what is happening in this country instead of being dividers, instead of dividing people. And so I think that's why this is important. It's also important that we continue to cover this and we continue to show all of this that's happening live in America. I think these young people are awake now, and you know, we have to pay close attention to them and to this, and to see where this takes us as a country.
Yeah, it's an awful situation that's unfolding. And let's not forget, this latest crisis resulted with the death of George Floyd when that ex-police officer, Derek Chauvin, simply kept his knee on his neck for 9 minutes, and in the end, unfortunately, sadly, George Floyd is dead. I'll be back tomorrow with a special edition of the Situation Room, 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. Our special live coverage of all of this.
Martha McCallum, and this is the story. Breaking tonight.
We're very, very saddened by what happened to our relationship with China.
This is the scene tonight in Minneapolis where pain and outrage over the death of George Floyd in police custody was answered today, at least partially. Derek Chauvin, the fired Minneapolis police officer seen here pinning Floyd by his neck, was arrested and charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter. Chauvin is one of 4 officers fired because of their involvement in Floyd's death while in custody, but the only one who's been charged so far. The criminal complaint from the state alleges, quote, the defendant had his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in total. 2 minutes and 53 seconds of this was after Mr. Floyd was non-responsive. Police are trained that this type of restraint with a subject in a prone position is inherently dangerous. Announcing the charges today, Hennepin County's top prosecutor, Mike Freeman, said that despite more than one video of what officers did to George Floyd, he didn't have enough evidence to charge Chauvin until today.
We are in the process of continuing to review the evidence. There may be subsequent charges later. The investigation is ongoing. We felt it appropriate to focus on the most dangerous perpetrator. We can only charge a case when we have sufficient admissible evidence to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. As of right now, we have that.
In a statement, the family of George Floyd, a 46-year-old father of 2, welcomed a step on the road to justice, but added, we expected a first-degree murder charge. We want a first-degree murder charge, and we want to see the other officers arrested. We call on authorities to revise the charges to reflect the true culpability of this officer. The decision to charge Chauvin follows the emergence of new video of the deadly incident. That video, taken from the opposite side of the street, appears to show 3 of the officers pinning Floyd down. It follows another night that began with peaceful protests in Minneapolis, but boiled over with multiple fires breaking out, one at a Minneapolis police precinct. And of course, Donald Trump was fanning the flames, as he always does, in the usual way, with a tweet. And we'll have much more on.
After a night of wanton destruction, no one is putting much belief in what authorities here say right now.
What? I can breathe.
Derek Chauvin, the fired Minneapolis police officer who is seen here kneeling on George Floyd's neck,
is now under arrest and charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter.
He's in custody and has been charged with murder. This is
from happening right here at home. Jacob.
Hi, Brian and Kelsey. After 4 days of protests and riots, the family and friends of George Floyd are one step closer to justice with the arrest of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. And with his arrest and him being behind bars now, some people are wondering on why it didn't happen sooner. Randy Seiler is a former South Dakota U.S.
Teared up. Anger over one man's death had turned into much more. An explosion of fury over years of mistreatment.
This city knew it was coming. They knew it was coming.
Lynette Weisner has lived here all her life.
This right here, the war's here. Do something about it.
And this is
Clean up this police department.
Today, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz promised to restore order and directly criticized local leaders for an inadequate response.
And the reason we're standing here today is, if this would have been executed correctly, the state would not lead on this. That did not happen.
The mayor has not yet responded. The governor also apologized to CNN after the State Patrol arrested 3 of its journalists on live television, even as looters and vandals were allowed to run free.
I am deeply apologetic that this happened. It is wrong. It is unacceptable. We needed to correct it.
I just hope we can recover from this.
Today's arrest was the news longtime resident Kirsten Olsen had been waiting for.
I'm ecstatically happy.
James Lawson is more skeptical.
I felt like there was a little bit of sign of relief, but like I said, what about the other 3?
The county attorney says an investigation is underway into the other 3 fired officers, and he anticipates charges. New video from a different angle shows 2 of the officers, not seen before, side by side on the ground next to Officer Chauvin during the incident. Late today, the attorney for Floyd's family responded to the arrest.
They're a little relieved today that the officer was finally arrested. However, they wanted the charges to be first-degree murder.
For a 4th night, this city is on edge, wondering if one officer's arrest is enough to diffuse the tension, or whether the anger runs too deep. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Minneapolis.
I'm Blaine Alexander. Miles from Minneapolis, anger, frustration pouring into the streets of America.
That could be my father, that could be my brother, that could be me.
From Atlanta to Boston, Houston to Memphis. Demonstrations turned violent in Denver when a car plowed through protesters. No one was seriously injured.
As a young black woman, I'm used to not being heard, but this one, it hits different.
For many, the death of George Floyd only piling on to the mounting anger over the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor. The 26-year-old EMT shot at least 8 times last March by police officers who stormed into her home, serving a narcotics search warrant as she and her boyfriend slept. Overnight, in her hometown of Louisville, gunshots ripped through this crowd of protesters, injuring 7.
These shots came from within the crowd, not from police officers.
The peaceful protest erupting into violence on the same day the world heard this frantic 911 call from Taylor's boyfriend.
I'm going happy that somebody kicked in the door and shot my girlfriend.
Police say the officers knocked and identified themselves. Taylor's family says they did neither.
Is she alert and able to talk to you? No, she's not. Breathe. Okay, you said you're in apartment number 4. Hell,
Kenneth Walker, who says he thought the officers were intruders, fired a shot that injured 1 officer. The officers have not been charged, and Taylor's family says no drugs were ever found in the house. The police union has not returned requests for comment. Taylor's family thanking protesters, but begging for peace.
Please go home, be safe, and be ready to keep fighting.
No matter what's done, no matter how many protests, it keeps happening.
I can't breathe!
Gathering in the midst of a pandemic, protesters say they are now forced to fight a different virus, racism. Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Atlanta.
And also late today, protesters in San Jose, California made their way onto Highway 101, bringing the highway to a standstill. Traffic backed up, unable to move, a major situation that was developing there. And there are also protests growing in New York City. NBC's Ron Allen is there. Ron, what's the scene?
Lester, second day of protest, the We Can't Breathe rally here in New York, support for George Floyd out in Minneapolis, but also an echo of the Eric Garner case here. It's been 6 years since that incident in Staten Island. Garner killed at the hands of NYPD police. 6 years later, no one charged with any criminal offense. We've heard chants of, I can't breathe, hands up, don't shoot. We've seen arrests here. There were 70 arrests last night in protest. A lot of energy, a lot of intensity, years of grievance here being vented on the streets of New York. Lester?
All right, Ron Ellen in New York, thank you. We've been on the air now for just over 8 minutes, and that's just about the same length of time prosecutors say that officer had his knee on George Floyd's neck. 8 minutes and 46 seconds as Floyd first pleaded that he couldn't breathe and then became unresponsive, in a restraint that is especially dangerous. And as our justice correspondent Pete Williams reports, it's not the first time it's had deadly consequences.
It's such disturbing video. George Floyd handcuffed, lying on his stomach, with a police officer's knee on his neck for nearly 9 minutes as he...
Chief Craig, thanks so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Tucker. You have a great one.
You too. Thank you. So how extreme...
Powerless, helpless, hopeless, then you get rebellion. And we've reached the point now, it's a choice between nonviolent revolution. And by revolution, what I mean is the democratic sharing of power, resources, wealth, and respect. If we don't get that kind of sharing, you're going to get more violent explosions. Now, the sad thing is that this neo-fascist moment in the White House, you got some neo-fascist brothers and sisters out there who are already armed. They show up there at the U.S. Capitol, and they don't get arrested. They don't get put down.
Well, that's
the president.
That's the extraordinary thing.
You see what I mean?
You have these white weekend warriors showing up as if they're former special forces ops when they're not. Busting into the State House, and the president praises those people, and yet everybody else is a thug to the president. He quotes, a white sheriff from the South in, I guess it was 67 or maybe 68. I mean, if you wrote that in a movie, people would say there's no way the president of the United States would quote a Southern sheriff on the night that a great city in this country is seeing, people in the streets.
That's exactly right.
But
keep in mind, though, brother,
also, I guess
he is being true to himself. He's being true to himself. He's saying what he really feels in his soul. You see what I mean? But see, we have to recognize too, because I know, like Tupac Shakur, I got some thug in me. I know I've got some gangster in me. And as a Christian, I got to fight it every day. What does that mean? That means we have to call people who they are. A neo-fascist thug in the White House calls my brothers and sisters in the street thugs. So that then the question becomes, how do we keep alive moral, spiritual standards, keep alive, stand in contact with the humanity of all of us across the board, but recognizing we're living in a moment of massive economic, capitalist economy, failure when it comes to delivering the needs. The nation state, failure to protect. Critical criminal justice system, failure to be fair, you see. And the only response we have is Samuel Beckett, my brother. Try again, fail better. Try again, fail better. Because white supremacy is going to be around for a long time. Don't get surprised if this happens again. Try again. You know the great moment in. Try again, fail better. That's the blues line of our Irish brother. But the question is, we must fight. Even in a moment in which we have a failed social experiment, we must fight, and we must have an anti-fascist coalition against what's going on in the White House Republican Party. We have to tell the truth about the milquetoast, cowardly activity too often that we see among a neoliberal wing of the Democratic Party, and we must be critical of ourselves in terms of keeping alive the highest moral and spiritual standards of Martin Luther King Jr. and Fannie Lou Hamer and Ella Baker. And you see it at work in the soul of Brother George Floyd's family.
Dr. Cornel West, I appreciate your time tonight, and
love you though, brother. You stay strong, man.
Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. Let's go back to Brian Todd in Washington. Brian, where are you now?
Anderson, we're on Independence Avenue, right by the Capitol. Our photojournalist Jay and I are going to take you down to where we had a very tense moment here just a short time ago. These protesters are still here. Most of the protesters who were here by police cars that were at this spot have now left. A moment ago, they were really menacing a police car and a couple of the police officers who were by it, screaming, and they had their hands on the car. They were menacing the police and the car. We thought there might be more of an incident here, but this gentleman here in the orange vest, he's one of the protest leaders. He got the crowd to back away. Then the police backed the cars away. You can see down Independence Avenue. They're down there right now. It was a very tense moment. We thought that something might happen to the police car, but cooler heads prevailed on both the police side and one of the protest leaders, this gentleman over here. He really got the crowd to back away, so the crowd has moved back that way on Independence Avenue, and the police cars have backed down Independence Avenue more toward the mall. So a tense moment kind of.
Situation is getting very tense in
Crushing your plants. And the silver bullet
in Minneapolis joins us tonight. Courtney, what's it look like?
Well, Tucker, about 5 minutes ago, the National Guard and the State Patrol, who have been holding this line here, started putting their gas masks on. And that's when our security said, we need to get out of here. So we backed up. Only a couple minutes later, they started dispersing tear gas. People have started to run. And the protesters also started throwing that tear gas back at them. If you hear the State Patrol on the loudspeaker there, he is telling the crowd to disperse. He's saying that they are in violation of Minnesota state statute and that they are an unlawful assembly. And if they do not get out of the area, they will start to arrest. If you can hear those noises, that is tear gas. They are dispersing tear gas right now, so that's why we are staying a safe distance back. Really up until now, Tucker, I will tell you, it's been pretty peaceful. A lot of people all day just coming out here to really check out the scene. They want to see South Minneapolis because it's essentially burned to the ground. It looks like a war zone out here. In the last couple hours, that mood has changed. And obviously the State Patrol here is going to enforce that 8 o'clock curfew. And they're doing it with tear gas. Tucker?
Yep. The thump behind you is the telltale sign. Good luck tonight, Courtney. Thanks a lot for that. Joining us by phone now is Judge Jean Pirro. Judge, thanks a lot for joining us tonight. So you survey everything that's happening here. What's your reaction to it?
Well, my reaction to this is that, number one, that it is so sad that, cities that are just now coming out of lockdown and the horrific economic distress that we faced as a nation is being exacerbated by rioters and looters who are allowed to run free in areas where, for whatever reason, the mayors are telling police chiefs to stand down, let them blow off steam.
I love you.
Closer. Careful, guys. There is a line of police.
Well,
remember I told you that they move back from about... Here's the police. You see them? Those are state police. This line is getting pelted by rocks and bits of concrete. So they are responding with tear gas. But this line moved back, and we still don't know exactly why, but we are 8 minutes until the 8 o'clock curfew here in Minneapolis, outside of the 3rd precinct, which are set ablaze. As we watched it go up last night, you are seeing incoming rocks coming at the state police there. Just over there to your left, you see the Target Foods. They have cordoned this entire place off, but all of a sudden they are now gathering in one area. And that is why you're seeing all of the explosions. They are responding. You see the rocks being thrown there. Right. They are responding with tear gas at this moment in time.
Sir, we're going to stay with you and your images, and you. I also just want to bring in Bakari Sellers as well, a former South Carolina Democratic state lawmaker, author of the new book, My Vanishing Country. Bakari, just as you see these images and hear what Sarah is saying about Minneapolis, I'm wondering what your thoughts are tonight, both to what's happening in the streets and also what's happening in the legal system and what's happening in America.
That's a rich question. I've heard a lot of your guests talk about 1968, and this does harken back to 1968. And I know your viewers are like, Bakari, you were born in 1984. What do you know about 1968? Well, Tom Brokaw called it Boom. He wrote a great book called it Boom 1968, because February 8th, 1968, you had the Orangeburg Massacre, and that's when my father was shot That's when 3 others, Henry Smith, Samuel Hammond, and Delano Middleton, were killed. 28 others were shot along with my father on the campus of South Carolina State University. You also had the assassination of Dr. King, April 4th of '68, and then you had the assassination of Robert Kennedy. And you combine that with the uprisings that you had from soldiers coming back home from Vietnam. This is very reminiscent of that year. And so I share that story with you, particularly about my father, because I want people to understand that we are only one generation away. And that trauma that many people, many black folk are displaying in the streets right now is a very real trauma. It's a perpetual sense of grief and grieving. And that's what you're seeing. That's the underlying cause. Not only am I...
Basically, what we can get away with. For more on this increasingly patchwork pen.
To Heather McDonald, who is the author of the book, The War on Cops. She joins us tonight. So Heather, there's so many questions, but once again, as I watch these videos coming into us live from around the country, Minneapolis, Atlanta, Washington, New York, the question that never leaves my mind is, why is nobody protecting the weak, protecting our society itself? Where are our leaders? How can they tolerate this?
Well, they're bought into the narrative that America is fundamentally racist. That is how their power is solidified. And they don't understand, Tucker, that civilization is fragile. This poison is spreading very fast. We have to condemn this awful police action. The next breath has to be, we are condemning the violence in our cities as well. They are both unbearably and not acceptable. We cannot justify this violence in the name of racial justice or rage.
It's the opposite of justice, racial or otherwise. In chaos, the weak suffer. The strong, you and me and every other cable news personality, every politician, they're fine. It doesn't affect them at all, but the weak suffer.
I want to bring Sarah into the conversation. Sarah, explain what's going on if you can.
I can. So I'm going to get you 2 pictures. On the other side of the street, rocks are coming. You're seeing the National Guard coming. On this side of the street, look what you see. Look at what you are looking at. These are folks who feel like these streets belong to them, and they are taking a knee with their hands up, trying to show that they are peaceful protesters, but they believe these streets are their streets, and you'll hear that chanted often. This side of the protest, absolutely peaceful, quiet, hands up, standing, although in the street, right near the 3rd precinct. It's like I'm going to have you move because they are making a move. You see the vehicles, the military vehicles, the National Guard there, Anderson. They are rolling past the first place to burn here during these protests, the auto zone. To my right, that is the 3rd precinct there. They are rolling past the 3rd precinct. There has been an announcement telling people that it is time to clear the streets because there is an 8 o'clock curfew. You will hear people chanting, say his name, George Floyd. That is what people are here for. They're here in response to the video they saw of George Floyd dying. And they are not planning on leaving. It is very clear they believe that they are the citizens that belong to these streets and that this is their home and they're not going anywhere, even though there is a curfew that begins in 2 minutes. Now you're going to start seeing people roll back because, all right, watch it. Let's go. All right. So it's just smoke. That's smoke from a flashbang. But it is. Okay. That right there is not tear gas, but you are seeing tear gas being deployed as well here. That's just smoke to try to get people to move back. But again, folks are moving back, but they're not leaving. This group of people, there were more people out here earlier who decided to go home, some parents with children, but these folks believe that this is wrong to them. To them, these streets are now theirs. Some of them are taxpayers, and they just absolutely do not want to go. Their pain, their anger, their frustration is still very, very, very high, and they don't feel like they should have to leave, Anderson.
And Sarah, just from those who are just joining us, the 3rd precinct which burned, that is past that red brick building to your left.
cloud in this area and backed up shortly after they made the announcement that people are going to need to disperse from this area. So they backed up in the line, and you could...
It absolutely is. And as we think about the fall, I mean, obviously this is the big question in my household.
They're in the area. This is all the rubble of the liquor store that burned last night. The precinct is just beyond the smoke, the third precinct. And so now they said that this crowd needs to disperse, and they gave them a bunch of room to move. Let's see what happens next from the Minnesota State Patrol and the guardsmen who are out here. Tucker?
Mike Tobin for us. Thank you.
We're going to back up a little bit. The colored, you see the sort of smoke-colored gas. That gas is not tear gas, but this is, and it is potent and strong, Anderson.
Sir, I'm going to hand things over to Chris Cuomo for Cuomo Prime Time. Chris?
All right, everybody, I am Chris Cuomo. Welcome to Prime Time. Right now, a new curfew is going into effect in Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, on this, the fourth straight night of unrest that you see on your screen. Now, the curfew will remain in effect until 6 a.m. The question is, will it work, or will it be another very long night there and elsewhere across the country?
The car was smashed. Well, we start tonight in Minneapolis, a city in turmoil, a city in chaos, and a city being destroyed as we speak in front of the whole country to watch. According to local officials, more than 170 businesses now have been damaged or looted, along with dozens of fires in one location after another. Just look at your screen. Now, these businesses include major chain retailers like Target, Walgreens, Dollar Tree, Family Dollar, McDonald's, CVS, Goodwill, along with dozens and dozens and dozens of small businesses, including jewelry stores, convenience stores.
From that officer and that officer's colleagues on the scene, he was saying explicitly he could not breathe. Again, the officer seen kneeling on Mr. Floyd's neck has been charged with murder and manslaughter today. He is in custody. He has been arrested. State and local authorities are apparently hoping that by imposing this mandatory curfew, a fairly drastic measure tonight, I think they're hoping they'll be able to lower the collective blood pressure in Minneapolis and in the Minnesota capital city of St. Paul, neighboring city. We've also learned late tonight that a number of neighboring cities and counties around Minneapolis and St. Paul proper have also instituted curfews along the same lines as what we are seeing in the Twin Cities.
The haunting question isn't really what the prosecutor's going to do. That seems more likely after today. But why these officers acted this way in the first place. We have new information for you on this. We have new video of the stop from the beginning, how the incident began in Floyd's car.
It's been a remarkable 15 minutes. The Minnesota State Patrol in the big speaker truck came to where the line of protesters were. They announced that they needed to disperse. If they remain, they will be in violation of the order to clear the streets. And then they backed up. Both the state troopers with their truncheons and riot gear at the ready, as well as the guardsmen carrying M16s, a few M4s, mostly M16s, some of them with magazines and then some of them not. And they all backed up. They fired a little bit of tear gas. They had some conflict back and forth with the demonstrators in the street. They threw some bottles with some kind of white liquid, and the state troopers responded with a little bit of tear gas. Really wasn't a massive amount, and they all backed up. You can see some green smoke in the foreground. I can't tell you where that green smoke is coming from, but we're all the way back now to the 3rd Precinct building. The fence is back up in front of the 3rd Precinct building after it was ripped down last night. And you can see the front of the 3rd Precinct was torched. Those were the flames you saw late last night. The liquor store across the street now is gutted. The kids are throwing things and they're tipping things over, but they really can't add to the destruction that happened last night. The only thing they've got probably is that fence, which was, I guess, re-erected at some point throughout the day. I just heard a loud pop. I can't tell you what that is, Sean, but the crowd is back in the middle of intersection of Lake and Minnehaha, where we saw so much of the destruction last night. This is kind of the epicenter because we're so close to the 3rd Precinct. All of the fires, all of the looting, most of the vandalism.
Guidance today, reminding the public that they're distinguishable from local law enforcement, that you can tell they're National Guard and not local police both because they're wearing military camouflage fatigues, but also because they wear U.S. Army and Air Force patches, and guardsmen and guardswomen have the U.S. flag on.
Where were the police yesterday? Where are they today? And I know the guard is there. Where are they?
Well, I can hear the police off in the distance. In fact, you can see some lights, and they're making an announcement again. Also, what I see are buses, and I'm going to presume that you've got personnel in those buses, and now the kids are running. So let's see what we've got here. Where were the police last night? It seemed that they made a decision based.
Different law enforcement buildings in St. Paul, so officers based at those buildings can stay on the job.
Because this is what they do. When they see an officer lift their non-lethal weapon to send out tear gas or smoke bombs or flashbangs, this is what happens. People see it and they start running knowing what is coming, and usually this is followed by tear gas. There are folks setting off fireworks here that had people a little bit spooked, but I will tell you, folks here knew. We were listening to them say, you know what, we got 30 minutes until there is the 8 o'clock curfew. If you want to stay and get arrested, stay. But if you don't want to get arrested, leave. So these folks are very aware that that is what the law enforcement is asking them to do. And they've also heard from the National Guard and from the state police that indeed they have been asked to leave the area. Not asked, I should say ordered, as you know, ordered to leave this area. And
now,
so
Sarah, are you okay with what you guys are walking into right now?
Now does.
Sarah?
Yeah, I think, yes. So I've been looking around to see where the sort of police line is. And look, nothing is ever perfectly safe, Chris. You know this. We are just taking a calculated risk, as we have done, as I've done and the crew has done dozens of times in our career. But we're taking the calculated risk to try and show you exactly what is happening on the streets for people who have been in a rage over what they've been seeing, and we're trying to stay as safe as possible, but also give you an idea of what is happening here in Minneapolis, Chris.
Also, Sarah, two things. One, the mask you have on like a stay safe from COVID mask, not from tear gas or pepper spray. So, you know, just remember that stuff will go right through that mask. And the people around you, there are a lot of young people and a lot of white people. What are the composition of the protesters, at least where you are right now?
Oh yeah, I mean, it is a very mixed crowd. It is different than some protests that I've been in, from Baltimore to Ferguson for many months. There are far more people, far more bigger mixture of people than we've seen. We've seen quite a few white folks here, obviously a lot of black and brown folks here, Native American folks here. The composition for a little while there was 50-50. It was 50% white folks and 50% black folks with a few.
They keep back here inside the White House, Sean.
Leland, there was an incident earlier this evening at the White House. Apparently, we had a fence jumper. What?
Yep.
In tear gas, without gas protection. I got to tell you, just to be able to breathe, a little bit of the gas gets in here. It stings your throat, stings your eyes. There are people there completely exposed to tear gas. We don't know what the end game is here. At about 10 minutes to the curfew, there were announcements that said you are in violation of your right to assemble. You are an unlawful violation. You will be arrested. Then police and National Guard all walked back together. This is not what we were expecting to happen. Completely disengaged and has gone back toward the overpass. This is the police station that was taken last night. The police took this back today, put barricades in front of it, put the fences back up, and now it's all gone again. They're back. The protesters are now in control again. The police are beyond those flashing red lights, and you can see the tear gas in the air right now. So we're not sure what they're planning to do. This is the standoff.
You've got black folks there. You know, you've got a real combination of people, and there is no doubt that these folks are not in solidarity with one another. They say that they recognize that what is happening to the black and brown community is not only wrong, but is so deeply painful for so many people. I want to just give you a last picture here. Because what happens oftentimes is you will see the police send out tear gas, and you will see the protesters send it right back. And so we're going to go a little bit further. They have set up a barricade here. Stike, I'm going to have you turn to your right, Stike. So there, the police line has gone further back on right near the railroad tracks. But let me show you what protesters have done. To your left, you are going to see they have set up boards. They have taken some of the fencing that was part of the fencing that was around the police precinct, taken that down and used it to protect themselves from any sort of projectiles as much as possible. There are folks here that are begging people to be peaceful. There are other folks here that have lost their comportment and just don't care anymore about, the idea of being peaceful because they feel like that is not how they're treated by police. So you do have quite a combination, but don't be surprised if all of a sudden people start running when you start seeing that tear gas come flying this way or smoke bombs as well. They watch to see whether or not the police officers are lifting their non-lethal weapons towards the crowd, and then basically, for lack of a better word,
It's a march. It's a slow march. We're not seeing any violence right now. But they're walking backward, then they move forward again toward the authorities. That line of tear gas is basically the demarcation line. Behind that are the National Guard and the police on this side of the protesters, Rachel.
Ali, let me ask you, are the police and the National Guard, as they are arrayed there, are they defending a position, or are they trying to prevent marchers from going to a specific place? Or is this essentially them trying to create a perimeter to encircle the protesters?
They had the perimeter all day. They had managed, it seemed like the perimeter was designed around this police station. Keep everybody 2 to 3 blocks away from it because this is the center of activity. It has been the center of activity for several days. This is the police station in which those 4 police officers involved in George Floyd's death were based. That, I don't know what the objective is now. The point was that they had a curfew at 8 p.m. local time, 9 p.m. Eastern, after which, if you were not in one of those exempt categories like we are as journalists, you were going to be arrested. It's not clear now what's happening. Something's just developed over here as people come back, but it's not clear what's happened. We were surprised to see the National Guard and the police completely retreat, walk backward entirely, and it does not...
This is really here and around the country, encouraging people and motivating them, they say, to come out of their quarantine and speak up and stand up together. Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp tweeted encouraging people to exercise their constitutional rights, but to do so safely because of COVID-19 concerns. Here in New York, the crowd of protesters marched from downtown Manhattan to Brooklyn. Thousands surrounding the Barclays Center, nearby stores, and side streets. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio is urging protesters to direct their anger not at police, the men and women of the NYPD, but at elected leaders. And while the gatherings tonight so far have been relatively peaceful, we have been seeing some changes just within the last 30 minutes or so. We're seeing more police officers there in Brooklyn than we have throughout the day. They also brought in buses. They brought those buses in to be able to haul away.
That's what the police are hoping, that this gas will stop people.
Let me ask you, Ali, I want to give you a chance to catch your breath and to get your bearings in terms of you and your crew there, but I'm going to ask you one other thing before I let you do that, which is over the past 3 days, what we have seen, what we've been able to describe is basically big, peaceful protests that didn't seem like they were heading toward violence every day, on Tuesday night, on Wednesday night, on Thursday night, until usually late at night, usually after dark, something clicked and things got much more confrontational. I'm getting a different vibe from watching you right now in terms of how confrontational it is already, and it doesn't feel like it's shifting from one type of protest to another. That's my view from here, but what's your sense on the ground of that?
Yeah, look, there's been a sense, certainly over that, for most of the day, it was what felt like peaceful protest. It was speeches, definitely some animosity between the police and...
Shooting what appeared to be BBs at us. I was struck with a BB pellet. It's unreal to witness here, Chris. This police line, we just saw an officer extracted. An officer was down. We don't know exactly how they were injured. Another officer here that was standing on these steps took some glass in the arm. These demonstrators are ready to confront these law enforcement officers. You have law enforcement in heavy tactical gear, protesters that are clearly ready. You just see something else happen there. Another demonstrator threw what appeared to be a large object at one of those SWAT officers. They're throwing signs at the police officers, and they're not showing any sign of dispersing. And about 15 minutes ago, they gave an order from the armored vehicles that had shown up here just outside. Those images, I'm not sure if you're looking at them. They gave the demonstrators an order to disperse. It was then that we saw more show up in tactical gear, tear gas masks, and that's when we heard over the radio that this was happening. They've broken out the windows here and are continuing to throw objects. There's just another projectile fired, appear to be a full water bottle. But there are officers that we can report. At least 2 officers have been injured. One of them, it appeared to be seriously injured. He was being dragged out. You can see what's left behind of this glass, the glass partition that separates the street. These demonstrators are now launching something that appears to be some sort of smoke grenade that they're throwing inside CNN Center right now. They're kicking it back out, guys. This is live happening in front of your eyes. They've just thrown, I think, Powerade or some sort of Gatorade or liquid, guys, on the officers. These officers are being confronted. And these demonstrators, they know what's on the other side of this. They've been warned. These officers have already fired or deployed tear gas into the crowd. We saw another with a long gun fire what appered to be a rubber bullet at another demonstrator who had thrown a large object. You see these demonstrators are walking inside CNN Center at this point. It seems as though this man might be detained. He's being detained. Let's see if we can talk to him. Another rock just thrown there at police. We're right behind the police line. These are very large objects. Police being hit. This demonstrator, let's see if we could ask him why he was here, guys. Hey, why did you show up here today? Why are you here? Why did you come here? What made you show up?
They need to be changed. Here in our country, it's not black, white. Officers need to be trained better.
Took me out the air?
No, Nick, you're still there. You okay?
Hey, yeah, okay, yeah, sorry. I didn't know if I was taken off the air. This is a live active situation.
What did he say? I couldn't hear all of it.
That there. I was trying to get an interview with the demonstrator. He said he wanted to, police can do better. Police can do better. I'm here for change. We've heard the chants of no justice, no peace. Another large object just thrown there at CNN. This is our home, Chris, you know. This is where we come to work every day. Journalists who are trying to tell the truth, trying to deliver information. It's one of the noble parts about society, and these demonstrators have decided to come here today to take out their frustration and their anger, not just on the police, but it seems on our CNN Center as well. These police officers now are advancing. They're grouped together as those objects continue to fly, being blocked by SWAT team shields. There appears to be one person in front of the demonstrators, Chris. I don't know if you can make him out on camera. He's got a white bandana on with his shirt off. He's trying to keep his crowd back and to try, it appears as though this is happening right live in front of us, that they're understanding the gravity of the situation here and what might escalate next.
So, Nick,
as this is happening, you're seeing just next to us, Chris, they're taking objects out of McCormick and Smix to try to remove large objects away from the demonstrators. Right. Go ahead, Chris.
Nick, are the cops that are inside the CNN Center the only cops that are there, or are there more cops on the backside of this crowd?
No. We're giving you a different vantage point, a different perspective. There's a larger police presence, but what has happened here in the last 20 minutes is as the demonstrators were pushed out in front of the big red letters out there in front of CNN Center, pushed into the main intersection, they started to move, sort of down more towards Centennial Olympic Park, and they took advantage of police not being.
Even as every place else is locked down for curfew.
Right.
12 jurors must agree. Can you prove first-degree murder? Well, and get a conviction based on the evidence we have now. Can you do it with second-degree murder? You would need more
demonstrations, even during the rash of police shooting of African-American men in 2015. This was a city that held large demonstrations, but they were by and large peaceful. This is nothing but.
Now, how long has this been going on, Nick?
They've been here since 3 o'clock this afternoon. We understand it was a smaller crowd which gathered this afternoon, and it was about 7 o'clock that we started to get alerts from our national desk that they were throwing projectiles out in front of CNN Center, doing graffiti. We showed up about a half hour later, and within minutes, things took a turn. Here comes another object being thrown by a demonstrator in a mask. Now more reinforcements being brought in, coming behind our photographer, William Walker. What's going on, Kevin?
So what they're doing is...
They're calling for more shields, guys. Things are getting really bad
so
over
Nick,
here, Chris.
Nick, what they're going to do is they're going to create what they call a phalanx, okay? They're going to create an angle of these shields. And what they're going to then have to make a decision to do is to either hold, which is they expect these windows to be broken and people to advance. And this is going to be the line that the officers draw, that you will not come any further than this. The decision that's more complicated for them is whether or not to move forward, because they only have where this white guy with the skateboard is standing. That's the only way out of the building for them. And they will not fit through there.
Yeah, that's right.
And that is a very dangerous thing to do. So they are doing a stand and hold right now. What are you hearing?
Well, it's pretty clear that these officers are nervous. They're seeing this situation de-escalate. They're trying to, as you say, hold this line here. And to the credit of the police officers, so far we have seen them not use much force while they've been having these large objects thrown at them. They are establishing their presence right now. There's no doubt about that, holding this line here, Chris. And, we're watching it happen right in front of us.
Well, they are preparing for what they anticipate to be a rush of the building.
Red beams putting on this individual here in front of you, and the man with the skateboard. You've got, weapons pointed at him. This is just so sad to see happen here.
Now, that's what the umbrella is about, is to try to block the officer's vision of what's going on. The question becomes, once this guy with the skateboard succeeds and breaks the window, what does it mean to the crowd? Is that the satisfaction they want, or are they going to try to advance? And God forbid they do, you're going to have a very different situation.
Well, we'll be live right here covering it all, Chris. We're right behind the police line. Clearly the officers are outnumbered. Those demonstrators are going back, they're very deep, going back towards Centennial Olympic Park. I feel as though I believe I just heard what I thought was a taser deployed. I don't see anyone, though, that was on the other end of it. You're seeing more shields, more reinforcements come into that line. Police officers telling their colleagues, directing them to where they need more.
At risk here. And also, you're destroying the entire community. You're taking away jobs when we are living in a time.
And there's so many people that are looking out for them and thinking of them.
Demonstrators who are coming towards us.
All right, so Nick, let's just go through this one step at a time. First, you and the team have a secondary location for you. If they come through here and the police start going, you have a way to get up the stairs?
We absolutely do. We've managed to put ourselves in a position where our viewers can see what's going on. Though we know safety, and there's no story worth risking your life over, Chris. We know that. I've got a daughter and a wife I want to get home to tonight.
You got a beautiful family. I see them all the time. You're a lucky man. You just make sure that the team has a place to go. You can always report later. And again, this is a tough situation because you have a small opening. And if they break the other window, then you have a bigger opening for the protesters to come in, although that would be a really, really dangerous thing for them to do. And then you also have another option for the officers to try to move the line farther outside CNN. The big question becomes, Nick, do we have any way of knowing what's happening with that crowd outside in terms of policing? Or is this it? Just these cops here? You said there's a larger police presence. Where?
There is a larger police presence, just east of me here, Chris. You have the majority of those officers here. That's where the reinforcements are coming from. The crowd is, we hate to give these estimates because we haven't talked to police, but there was over 1,000 people here, perhaps even closer to 2,000 people here. Officers outnumbered. They did bring in those reinforcements, the SWAT team, members of the bomb squad, state patrol, local police officers, plain clothes. You know, they've given these orders already to these demonstrators to disperse. They were starting to gear up with tear gas masks, ready to deploy tear gas, when all of a sudden these windows started breaking, and those projectiles continue to fly in the direction of the police, Chris. There's another one.
Well,
gosh.
So, just so people understand what's going on, this is a big building, and this is an expansive lobby area. You are not in the newsroom. This is the front of a big
Chris,
corporate complex.
This used to be the world's largest indoor amusement park, the wacky world of Sid and Marty Krofft, before Ted Turner bought this and turned it into what is the Omni Center and then became CNN Center. You know, this used to be the site of an indoor roller coaster. It still has the world's longest freestanding escalator. You know, thousands of CNN employees are here. It's connected to a hotel. You know,
Wait, hold on a second, Nick. Nick,
hotel right now.
Nick,
go ahead.
Are those guys in front preparing to light something on fire? You see how they're wrapping his hand up right now?
It looks like it.
They're either wrapping his hand up because
Chris.
he's going to punch the glass and he wants something to protect his hand. But I saw him pouring something on it. Maybe he hurt his hand, and they're just trying to wrap his hand. Just keep an eye on that situation. Hopefully he just is taking care of a wound, so if he cut himself, he's not going to bleed too much. Good, that's what it seems to be.
Well, they've already lit things on fire so far, Chris. They lit a police car on fire at about 8 o'clock. That was just, still smoldering. They've lit signs on fire. I mean, this is a crowd that came to confront police. They're angry. And we can't underscore, on the cursory level, you see the violence that is happening and unfolding right in front of our...
We're telling people then, because there were many eyewitnesses at the end of that case, that actually confirmed Officer Darren Wilson's story.
Happening here in front of us.
Well, this is a bizarre scene.
This is actually away from the area where they were last night. So, Rachel, we do know that 8 o'clock curfew was set into effect to last until 6 a.m. in the morning. However, at this point in time, any actual enforcement besides tear gas canisters has yet to be seen.
Morgan, we can only occasionally hear you over the ambient noise of what is going on around you. If you and your crew could just, if you can hear me, if you and your crew could just do a little bit of a 360 or a 270 and show us a little bit ambiently in terms of what we are seeing around you. If you could just spin, if you're a camera operator, thank you very much. So we can see a little bit more about what's happening beside you on both sides. We're trying to get a sense of the volume of people on the street, where people are coming from, where they're trying to head to, and where they're ultimately going to run up against those police. That's helpful for us. That's helpful.
Well,
they're loading. We understand my producer Kevin Conlon says that they're loading tear gas canisters up right now.
But if that's tear gas that's in front of there,
security's telling us to move. Chris, I gotta go.
Yeah, Nick, if that's tear gas, you're going to want to get away from it because it's going to come up the stairs fast.
We're getting out of here, Chris.
All right, get yourself to a safer location.
We're getting out of here. We'll get back to you later. You got it. Thanks, buddy.
All right. So here's what we've been watching. Okay, you're actually not looking at Minneapolis. On your screen, you'll see it's Atlanta. That is the CNN World Headquarters. Police had been outside, and then as the crowds advanced on CNN, and they were on top of the CNN logo and spray painting things on it, they started to light cars on fire and become increasingly violent, we had the police move inside CNN, and then the windows of CNN were broken. And then, so you had a big point of ingress, but then you had what we were showing you for the last few minutes, a standoff where you had rows of protesters, or whatever you want to call them, demonstrators, angry, agitated individuals, up against the face of a phalanx of police inside CNN World Headquarters. Nick Valencia took cover after what appeared to be what they call a flash bang, which does what it sounds like. And now you see canisters coming, which are probably some kind of deterrent spray, either a pepper spray or tear gas. And the officers are obviously trying to clear the area in Atlanta as you watch it on your screen. Again, this is not Minneapolis. There were two sides to the police presence. There was one small group inside CNN, and then a larger group down the street where there had been more violence. You see the stairs at the top of your screen on the right. That is the entrance to to the CNN building. That's where we just were. Now you see where the smoke had been coming from that started to fill the lobby. It's being fired by the officers. Here you see they're trying to create a corridor in that street. You see the officers standing on the street, creating a phalanx with the tear gas or whatever the deterrent is. I don't know, I'm not there.
As a civil rights attorney, I agree with Sean Hannity. I thank the president for spending prompt action of getting the attorney general involved in this and the county district attorney for filing charges. But what cannot happen is this democratic silence. And let me just tell the truth why. Because these democratic lawmakers do not want to alienate black voters. I got news for you. You're alienating me. I'm a black voter, and you have lost me if you don't stand up and do something about these criminals.
Larry Elder, we all
enforce a curfew tonight that they've put in place in the Twin Cities, thinking about the challenges of trying to enforce some sort of order in these cities that are lit up right now and enraged and where there have been multiple nights of at times violent protest. What do you think we should take into this as national principles in terms of effective and justice-based policing?
Well, Rachel, you know the safety and security of individuals is the top concern tonight and during this time in our nation. And I do think it is important to make sure that people are safe and secure, but that they're also permitted to peacefully and lawfully demonstrate their frustration, express their views. And I really, we put plans in place all the time, but every plan should be flexible and I think should be fluid. What happened a couple of days ago, as I said, was a tragedy that should not happen. And it's painfully familiar from an incident that occurred in New York not too many years ago. I do like the idea of designating a location that has significant meaning for individuals to peacefully be able to gather and express their First Amendment rights, as long as it's done lawfully, peacefully, and without a threat to human life. And so I know that the city has taken the steps to, based on the circumstances that they have there on the ground, but I do think they should consider how can they allow the protesters who obviously are very frustrated with good reason to be able to protest, but do it safely and peacefully.
We are seeing fraught moments of confrontation right now in Atlanta. These live shots that we're showing protesters eyeball to eyeball right up in the face of police officers in riot gear with their face masks. Part of what's going on here is that we are looking through this with two different eyes, one of which is about this incredible pain and grief and outrage in our country and the danger of the danger of some of these protests that have been violent. We're also looking at through another eye that sees this in terms of the ongoing pandemic and people's risk of infection and whether or not people are wearing masks and what masks mean in this context. Given the stakes and given the anxiety here, when the president effectively threatened military violence against protesters today, when he said what he said online about looting and shooting, and then in the same breath talked about calling in the military to deal with protests, I have to ask your reaction to that and if you think that might make things worse tonight.
Rachel, this president has had opportunity after opportunity to rise to an occasion in this country, and he's failed every time. And yet again, he's demonstrated that he is totally unfit for the office that he holds. As we're going through this public health crisis with COVID-19, and as we're certainly all watching and grieving with the Floyd family, America is on fire right now. and the President of the United States is walking around with gasoline. Presidents during these times are supposed to address the nation and exhibit strong leadership and be a unifier and a bridge builder. And he's supposed to do so in a compassionate and caring way, expressing his sympathy and empathy for the loss that has occurred. And he just cannot. He's incapable of rising to the occasion. So what he did today to suggest that property is more valuable than human life is disgraceful.
And try me, and you're going to regret it. I inherited a city that had had 2 major riots for 8 days. And I left the city in 8 years, no riots, even though we had some very, very controversial police shootings. You just didn't riot under me, Bratton, Safer, and Bernie Kerik. I'm sorry, they never even tried. So what should happen here, what should happen here is somebody should take over. Progressive Democrats are incapable of keeping their people safe because they have criminal-friendly policies that are pathetic, that are dangerous, and now we are seeing the result, not only there, but watch the cities that start burning. They're all going to be run by so-called progressive, idiot Democrats who let criminals out of jail,
Katy Perry, Gal Gadot, A-list stars paying it forward, surprising frontline.
Okay, safe driver, say 40%. Guys.
Just pull away from the crowd. I want to show you where we were on the other side, if you want to walk with me a little bit here. Guys, I know it's dark here, but this line here, the police officers, those are the officers that were on the other side of those flashbang, the rocks, the projectiles that were thrown. These are the windows, this business here. I'm sorry, brother. The business here, broken out windows. You have signs here left behind, justice for Sean Reed. These are crowds. They're tired of remembering names for hashtags. They're tired of seeing their brothers and sisters gunned down by police. That's the message that we saw before things turned violent. Now you're seeing officers that have been injured because of what happened here. We saw one officer who was struck with some sort of object and dragged on the ground, dragged away. We don't know how seriously that officer was injured. When we got here to the scene, just on the other side of those SWAT officers, there was one Atlanta Police Department officer was telling me he had just been hit with BBs. I got hit with what I believe was what they were shooting was BB guns at me and our crowd. Be careful, brother. That's hot. I just tried to pick it up. That's hot. You see right here, that's left over the tear gas canister that they just deployed a little while ago, Chris. This is the intersection of downtown Atlanta. You've been here several times, brother. You know how, what a joyous scene it is and usually is on a Friday night. And it's so unbelievable because right now you still have the coronavirus pandemic happening, and that's not anywhere near the top of the minds of these demonstrators here. They're angry, frustrated, and they're taking it out on law enforcement, and there seems to be some collateral damage as well.
Give me a sense of the composition of the people you've seen on the streets there.
They're diverse. It's mostly young. I haven't seen anyone that appears to be over the age of 40. They appear to be, anywhere from college age to early 20s, early 30-something-year-olds. We've seen, working class people, white collar people in the crowd. I interviewed a demonstrator who showed up after they set a car on fire, who said, hey, I got here too late. I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to join my friends. We tried to interview that demonstrator that was taken away as that flashbang was deployed. He was saying he wants to be here because he wants to hold people accountable. But by and large, as we're seeing and as we have seen throughout the country in these demonstrations, these uprisings, these riots that you and I have both been on the ground for, by and large, the composition of the crowd is young. And that's what we're seeing here on the streets of Atlanta tonight. Chris?
All right, Nick, listen. Stay aware of the situation. Keep the team safe. This is not a good setup where you are because you have this happening at an intersection. So you're going to have all of these different potential angles for people to break through. There aren't enough police there to guard all the angles.
Good news.
So just keep yourself safe and find a good position.
The good news here is we've got armored vehicles right here, Chris.
Yeah.
We've got armored vehicles, and behind us, this is the CNN Center. It is a line that is protected. This is our fallback location. You know, we know this building better than they do, and we're going to count on that for our safety.
Good, because, you know, once people go into a rage, they're not thinking anymore. So you have to think for yourself about where to be and not be. Stay safe. Let me know when I need to come back to you.
Thanks for caring.
And listen, thanks for caring. You're doing the job. Thank you, your photographer and your producer. Thank you for letting people see what's going on in their country right now. I'll be back with you. Stay safe. I want you to hear what Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, mayor of Atlanta, said about what was happening, and that did flow right into the CNN headquarters.
You are burning cars. You have to face the CNN building. Ted Turner started CNN in Atlanta 40 years ago because he believed in who we are as a city. There was a black reporter who was arrested on camera this morning who works for CNN. They are telling our stories, and you are disgracing their building.
All right, so there's the mayor talking about what happened at CNN. Just to be very clear, CNN is here to tell the story. That's what we do. CNN is not being victimized, all right? People are attacking the building. They're attacking a lot of things that are going on. This isn't about us. It's about our ability to tell the story. That's not going to change. There are different situations, different dynamics in different cities. This is Atlanta. We showed you Minneapolis. It is reverberating in different spots around the country because what happened with George Floyd is not unfamiliar to communities. And let's be honest, it's not unfamiliar to you either. So now we come here to New York City, specifically Brooklyn, by the Barclays Center, all right? Our Shimon Prokupez is there. You see on the street behind him, there's a police presence, and there are people there who are also angry. Shimon, how are you? How's the team? What do you see?
Everyone is good here. It's been almost 3 hours now, and it's been the same scene, Chris. Police here, it's essentially been a standoff between the protesters and police here through the night. At different times, police put on their helmets, and the reason why is because protesters have been throwing bottles, water bottles at the police. They've been gathering on various corners around here. For now, it's been peaceful, but what happens is, as they get agitated and as the tension increases, the police will then move in. We've seen several dozens of arrests here in the last several hours. They bring in busloads of people that they're loading them into these buses. They're making these arrests, and then they're moving them. But this basically has been the scene here all night. Police looking like this, wearing helmets, standing around with their batons. A lot of the protesters getting in their face, trying to agitate them. For the most part, police have been calm, but there have been pockets of tension where police will move in and they will use force. And then we've been seeing that through the night. And really, it's been almost 4 hours now that this has been going on here, Chris.
You said they put on their helmets. We see they have them on now.
They don't get control over this.
Well, Sean, let me say as a former secret.
A regular scene last night, 20 buildings ablaze, 24 total last night. This the first tonight. One bit of good news, if there is any good news, the fire department is obviously there. They're trying to extinguish it. Probably the building's destroyed already. We bring in Geraldo Rivera. Geraldo, you've been a reporter on the ground. You started on the streets of New York. One of the best street reporters in the history of reporting. You're watching this. You've seen when it's been handled correctly, like when Mayor Giuliani was the mayor of New York. You saw last night. You see tonight unfolding in Brooklyn, in Minneapolis. You see it in Atlanta. You see it in Chicago. Your thoughts on how this is being handled? How is it possible they backed down and allowed a precinct to be taken over and burned to the ground last night, and 170 other buildings, looted and robbed and broken this and broken that?
Now we have the image of the 3rd precinct being abandoned and then burned to the ground. Now we have the image of all these scores of businesses, many of them, if not most, owned by hardworking immigrants, minorities, came to this country with the 2 cents in their pocket, made something of themselves, put their life savings in these businesses, only to see them wantonly destroyed. It's exactly what I said last night. Who's not being mentioned? George Floyd, the 46-year-old victim of all this. His death and the knee on his neck is not the image we're thinking about tonight. What we're thinking about tonight is cities across the country being set ablaze. What happened in Minneapolis was an outrageous dereliction of duty to abandon those neighborhoods to the mob. Those people have defamed, they have defaced the memory of this poor man, and it is horrifying, Sean.
You know, Geraldo, you've been there. I want to go back to Dan Bongino, and I want to go back to the question I was asking Bernie and Mayor Bernie Kerrigan and Mayor Giuliani.
With respect, and if so, we're doing all right. But as you know, a trust that takes a lifetime to be built can be broken in a moment, and that's what we're seeing this week.
Mayor of the great American city of St. Paul, Minnesota, Melvin Carter, as he mentioned there, son of a St. Paul police officer himself, the first African-American mayor of St. Paul. Mr. Mayor, the whole country is pulling for you. The eyes of the nation obviously are upon you and your fellow citizens tonight, but everybody's pulling for you. Thanks for being with us tonight.
That's right. Thanks for having me on.
All right, joining us now, I believe we can get over to Atlanta, to our camera in Atlanta. Periodically over the course of this evening, we have been watching intense and emotional scenes in Atlanta. On the ground there for us is NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. This is on the ground in Atlanta, just outside the CNN Center there. Blaine, thank you so much for being with us. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
So, Rachel, I'm just essentially right down that block is where the main entrance to the CNN Center is. And you can see that right down that block is where you're seeing the concentration of police activity. You're seeing a lot of flashing lights. I've got to say, within the past 15 minutes or so, Rachel, we really saw kind of this explosion of activity. Up until this point, we had seen a number of protesters gathered in that area. That's where this evening we have seen the CNN Center, windows broken, the sign defaced. At a separate entrance over my left shoulder, there were videos that we've seen circulating around social media, a police line standing inside, blocking protesters to keep them from getting in, as some were throwing lit fireworks at police officers. So really, this situation has completely dissolved. I've been out here since before 4 o'clock this afternoon, and it started very peacefully. There were several hundred, maybe more than 1,000 people who were filling the streets here in downtown Atlanta. They marched less than a mile away to the Georgia State Capitol and then marched back. But it was as the sun started to go down, as crowds started to come back here, that we really saw this shift from peaceful protest, peaceful chanting, to people climbing on top of police cars. The main shift out here, Rachel, that we saw was one police car was actually set on fire. We were standing here, our crew, as you can see, we're kind of standing behind this fence. We're standing at a safe distance, but we could see the dark billowing smoke start to rise. Soon after that, we saw flames shooting into the air and recognized that it was a police car that was on fire. It was after that that we started to see those videos of some people using chairs to break through restaurant windows, using objects to break into the CNN Center from a different angle. So, what's really remarkable about this, Rachel, is, as I mentioned, just within the past 15, 20 minutes or so, we've seen this intense escalation here in the streets of downtown Atlanta, but we've also heard from Atlanta's mayor, Atlanta's police chief, even calling out some big Atlanta names, rapper T.I., rapper Killer Mike, all of them converging less than a mile away from here at the Public Safety Center on live TV, urging people to go home, urging people to come back, to remain calm, and to come back when cooler heads could prevail. So you're seeing this unbelievable split screen of the city's leaders really calling for people to go home, stop damaging and frankly trashing the city of Atlanta in this section, and protesters essentially escalating what we're seeing out here tonight, Rachel.
Blaine, if you can hear me, let me just ask what you can tell us about what seems to be the policing strategy on the ground in Atlanta. We've been watching some live images tonight, for example, from Las Vegas, where it looks like there was a lot of pushing and shoving between protesters and police. In Minneapolis, live on our air tonight, we saw big volleys of tear gas from police and National Guard before those lines essentially retreated and allowed protesters through without further confrontation. What can you tell us about how the police are handling this, particularly given the the sort of highly kinetic nature of some of the confrontations you're describing?
So, Rachel, what I can say is that, honestly, since about 5 o'clock this afternoon, we've heard police giving announcements, either from loudspeakers or from those armored vehicles, saying, hey, we need the crowds to disperse. We're asking you to break up. We're telling you to break up. If you do not break up, there will be arrests. So we saw a number of warnings from police officers before we saw them start to kind of inch this perimeter forward, inch this police line forward. I will tell you that since I've been out here, I and some of my colleagues have seen a small handful of arrests, maybe 3 or so, as people were kind of throwing water bottles back and forth. But since this escalation has taken place, really what we've seen, we have seen gas canisters flying. Can't say that they were tear gas, but we know that there was some sort of gas that they were hoping to use to disperse the crowds. But we've seen this very slow movement of police moving forward with shields and people.
Of these governors, which hence the president is saying, if you don't do it and restore peace, I'll have to do it for you.
Sure, I think we have to agree. We do agree this week. The one thing about right now, you see the agitators who are coming in and causing the problems. We just saw a guy in Los Angeles. I saw him during the show throw something into the crowd. We saw guys last night breaking windows in Minneapolis. So the agitators are the problem. The cops and the National Guard have to get to the agitators and stop them. We have a great moment here that, like you said earlier, to bring the country together and to do some good. I just hate that the country's being robbed of this opportunity to do some good. I hope that we get the bad folks out right, because there are a lot of frustrated people who have a lot to say. And I think it's a good moment to bring the country together and to do some good things, right? And right, George Floyd's memory is what matters here. Breonna Mitchell, Ahmaud, all those things that have happened that put forth a good conversation.
Not what we can be. It doesn't work for us in this experiment. And I think it is a good sign that you do not see one color in this crowd. You see different colors. And yes, I've been in these situations. Yes, you've got guys with the masks on that are looking for trouble. Yes, you have the anarchists who are looking for trouble. Yes, you have the people who are brought in to these situations to foment trouble. That is true. But a lot of things can be true at the same time. There is something organic about this. There is something that has been building about this. And there is something that has been around just too damn long about this. The disenfranchisement is real. We're seeing it during the pandemic. COVID is an extension of the same complaints. It's not just policing. It's who dies the most, who gets sick the most, who gets treated the least, who has the hardest jobs, who gets fired the easiest. There are a lot of issues that play into this outrage that you're seeing playing out on the streets across America. Now, what the officers are doing is, very commonly, they don't like being in intersections. And not just because they want to keep traffic going, which seems to be the case in Los Angeles, but it winds up being a very different area, a difficult area to hold for them in terms of position because of common sense. There are too many ways in and out. So they will often push people off public streets, especially out of intersections, and into other areas. And that's what you see happening right now. Now, remember what I told you when I came back from break, that this had been bad. As I hope you know, I am not in the hype business. I'm going to tell you what happens. And when I say an officer got beat, I mean it. Okay? I'm not trying to provoke a situation. Here it is. This is from moments before I came back on air. Please pick up the video. All right? Now, you see the officer. He had his hands on somebody. That white guy runs up, gets him in a choke, pulls him off. Somebody pulls him off. He goes away. The officer is still on the back of this guy that he obviously wants to detain. Other people are coming out and attacking the officer. You're going to see it. You see the kicks. You see them coming from behind. He still has his hands on the guy in the hoodie. That person pulls that traffic. They're afraid. They don't want to be part of this melee. You see people, they're going to say they're trying to pull the officer off. And you see the guy in the yellow, but they're beating the officer. All right? Make no mistake. And this is the civilian, I believe, that I was telling you about, in the hat. Comes out, is trying to keep the officer safe. The officer's getting pissed off, understandably, and now he's going to walk away, okay? Now they walk off. Then you see them walking off the right upper side of your screen. That's when these officers started to create a position of strength and start pushing them out of the intersection. All right? So that is the situation that I described. It is not unique in this country, and we're going to keep seeing it. For how long? Who knows? That's going to be about leadership. It's not going to be about the streets dictating the tempo. It's going to be about people in this country hearing what they want to hear so that they move from the moment of not wanting to hear anything anymore to starting to listen and to trust. That takes action and it takes time. Omar Jimenez and his team have been in Minneapolis. He is now of the famous moment from this morning when first he and then his entire team were arrested. Let's say detained, because even though they were saying we're CNN, we're on live TV, they took him. Once the governor found out about it, phone calls were made, they were released. Omar joins us now. He's back out covering with his team. I know you and the team are fine. This will be something you will look back on for a long time. What did it mean today to the team to hear the governor speaking about why it was wrong and how he wanted it understood by journalists, including you and the team?
It really meant a lot because I think he understands the moment that this community of Minneapolis and his state is in right now. It comes down to a relationship with the truth and how the truth actually gets out. And even in the aftermath, the immediate aftermath of our release from their custody, the Minnesota State Patrol put out a statement on Twitter saying their reason for why we were held for the time that we were held, a little bit over an hour to an hour and a half or so. They say they were trying to verify that we were actually journalists, when multiple times, if you look at the tape, we showed our credentials. We said, not only myself, but my producer Bill Kirkos, my photographer Leonel Mendez, told them we were CNN. We were also live on the air as they were attempting to put handcuffs on us. And we sat in the transport van for a good 30 minutes before we moved, giving them presumably plenty of time to verify after they had gotten my name, confiscated my ID, and verified the fact that this video was already even spreading on social media within minutes of this happening. And so our communications team corrected that. The governor came out and again issued that apology, in part tied to that, because again, this is at its core, the story that we were covering to begin with, George Floyd, a relationship between the truth and how that truth is getting out to the community, Chris.
Now, Omar, one of the things that makes this situation somewhat unusual is it's one thing about attacking local businesses and even local people and police, but a police precinct being lit on fire and forced to abandon, I don't think I've seen that in recent history. It is near you, right?
Well, Chris, I want to give you a look at where we are right now because it is essentially ground zero of where these protests have been happening. So over my shoulder here, this is what used to be the police precinct, the 3rd police precinct. As you see people actually walking inside the precinct that was set on fire just after 10 p.m. last night. To use the governor's words, what we have seen over the course of the past 2 evenings is 48 hours of anarchy. And that was something he was hoping to stop over the course of tonight, that we don't see a 3rd night of doing so. Well, you see that police precinct and how blown out it actually is. Well, if you pan over to the left, you see what was also affected: liquor stores, small businesses here in the area completely blown out, looking almost like a war zone at this point. Because again, every single night since George Floyd's unfortunate death that we saw play out on that terrible cell phone video, we have seen protesters gather at this site. Usually at this time it is a lot more violent and aggressive than it is right now. This, I can say, is the calmest it has been all week. But then to give you an idea of the impact as well, as you continue to pan over to the left, you see, I showed you the police precinct, liquor store, you see off in the building that burned out, building there, and then you see this auto zone that is completely, looks like a bomb absolutely went off. This is similar to damage that you would see when you're covering wildfires out in California. And again, this came from what started largely as peaceful protests, but then eventually devolved into rioting and looting. That was where officials here drew the line. They supported the idea of protesting and making your voice heard over how George Floyd's death unfolded and how it was being treated. But where they drew the line was destruction of property. It is why we saw the National Guard deployed, additional state patrol officers as well, to try and preserve as much as they could. And the only time will tell to see whether we see a 3rd night of destruction similar to what we have seen from the previous night and the one before, Chris.
All right, Omar, thank you very much. We know it's going to be a long night for you. It's important to have you out there. Keep the team safe. The explosions that you're hearing that sound like gunfire, my reporting is that that's not what it is. There has been no reporting of any type of identifiable gunfire. It's either fireworks going on, flashbangs, which the police use, which are what they sound like, smoke and sound to kind of disorient people and move them away, or tear gas canisters. So we've had no reports of actual gunfire. It is now time for more continuing coverage. Don Lemon, CNN Tonight, picks it up right now.
Interesting to watch all those pictures coming out of Atlanta and, of course, Minneapolis, Chris. I worked in that building in Atlanta for 7 years, and it was surreal to see that happening again. I think you're right. CNN is not the news. A lot of people are being attacked. A lot of riots going on. A lot of people are losing, parts of their businesses and so on. But I just think it's interesting to watch. I think it's important for people to know as well. If you're watching that, I don't know if we have a picture of what's happening in Atlanta right now, Chris, and help me get through this a little bit. I remember being there in 2007, 2008 maybe, and protesters tried to enter the building, and that's when CNN put redundancy into the building. You know, those metal gates that you see on the front of stores that roll down. So it's quite tough to get into that building. Let's hope that they don't continue to try to do that.
They weren't there tonight. They broke the glass that was right in front. And
that's not actually in front. The part that you saw, that was the Omni. That's near the Omni and McCormick and Smecks restaurant. That is not the main entrance of the CNN building. And so that's where you go to the motor lobby of the hotel, and then you go up to the restaurant. The main lobby of the CNN building has those redundancies, like I said, built into it. And so those gates will come down. Nobody can get in. But I think it was smart for Nick to get into a safe spot where he could report. And again, so there's Nick Valencia. Nick Valencia is now outside. Chris, I'll see you in just a little bit. As I understand, you're going to be back a little bit later on to help us with our coverage as well. There's Nick Valencia standing there now in front of the CNN Center. And this is out near Centennial Olympic Park, again, which is across the street from the Omni Hotel in downtown Atlanta. And it appears that obviously this has gotten out of control. Nick Valencia is standing by. Nick, can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you. It's just in the last 30 seconds as these fire trucks made their way to a fire that is just getting out of control here on the side of Centennial Olympic Park. Don, a car set on fire has spread to another. And as these fire trucks were making their way to extinguish the blaze, the demonstrators used that as an opportunity to try to sneak behind the police line. You can see behind me here 2 demonstrators being put into zip ties. At one point, the police line had to advance on the demonstrators because they were being attacked, essentially. Those projectiles have not stopped. There's still a smell of tear gas in the air, stinging your nostrils. These protesters are not going home anytime soon. They've dug in, at least those that are left here tonight, Don. This crowd has by and large thinned out, and I want to set the scene for you here. You see this chaos happening behind me. It all started here, which you're familiar with here, right? Centennial Olympic Park, right? The big area that's spreading.
So we're having a bit of trouble with, hey, Nick, stand by. Nick, what's happening where you are?
You okay?
Was that our photographer?
Hey, that's our photographer. He's all right. He just got bumped into. He's okay. He's okay. We're okay here. You all right, William? Okay. All right. Yeah, we're live on the air here, guys. We just got to make our way here if you can. I want to show the crowd. Can we step in the street? I want to show this where this all started out here, Don. Earlier tonight here, right in front of the CNN Center. They set a car on fire just before 8 o'clock while we were live on air, perhaps just after 8 o'clock. That really instigated this crowd, and since then, the situation has only devolved. We've seen flashbangs. It was earlier tonight that our crew got shot with what we believe was a BB gun. Our photographer, William Walker, aside from just getting bumped into there, got a BB pellet in his pelvic area. I got one in my gut. I mean, these are demonstrators that are very, very upset here tonight, and they came here to confront police. There's no peacefulness about this at all whatsoever. It was at about 3 o'clock that these demonstrators showed up here outside of CNN Center, and over the hours, their anger continued to blossom. They began throwing rocks at about 7 o'clock. That's when our national desk called us to come down here to what was then a devolving situation, and things just continue to get more and more pear-shaped here. You have graffiti all across the front of the CNN red letters, profanities towards police officers, names of African-American men gunned down by police. You have, and then here, the scene playing out right in front of you, Don. You have a demonstrator that's been taken into cuffs, bloodied, asking what he did wrong. We saw him get on top of a fire truck, and he's claiming he didn't do anything wrong. Hey, man, why did you show up here today? Why did you show up? What are you doing out here today?
Hey, Nick. So, Nick, let's take a beat here.
What are you guys doing out here today?
Hey, Nick.
I'm being detained.
Why are you detained?
I don't know. You can ask this officer right here. I don't know, sir.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Don.
So, Nick, let's take a beat here, and I want everyone to calm down here because again, these protests obviously are interesting and they're very disturbing. This is not the first time that protesters have come to the CNN Center in Atlanta. Let me tell you why. It's probably, if not one of the biggest attraction and business in Atlanta besides Delta Airlines, right? And so right next to the CNN Center, you've got the MARTA and the subway. If you want to go over and talk to her, Nick, by all means, go over. And so people can show up here very easily, and they know that the cameras are here at the CNN Center in Atlanta. It's trained on this location. So, Nick, if you can take a beat, show us around where you are. I know you have the park behind you. You've got the Omni Hotel, and then the CNN Center beyond that on the other side. The size of the...
Back to you.
Thank you so much. And we're going to check back into these hot spots throughout the hour, and again, appealing to everybody, make your voice heard, make your emotions known, march, speak, rally. But what happened at CNN, if you were watching it earlier, it took your breath away. We had explosions, we had glass shattered, we had projectiles thrown at the police, we had the police then sending tear gases into the crowd. Again, for people who are just tuning in, we have a night of disturbance across the United States, and a lot of people very, very concerned about law and order throughout the country, and the peace of mind of those who are truly, truly worried about the civil rights movement, race relations, and on top of everything else, our health and our economy. But now, I'm going to get on to how I was going to originally start the show. Courting chaos. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
On here, we have heard that the protest has moved its way into downtown, so we're going to be following up with that in just a moment. But again, the protest, this is all the distance that it has come. I would estimate that it was a distance of about 2 miles before we broke off from it to get back here and get in front of it. This protest has gone all the way down there. Somebody just came by and told me that there's another police precinct that may be on fire. We don't have that information confirmed, and we're going to check it out. But the curfew, the idea that no one's supposed to be on the street right now is not in effect. If you can look around me, there's people kind of everywhere. There's one big fire burning in the distance. There's black smoke coming from over there. This is the target that you probably have seen for the last couple of days. It's across the road from the police station. This is where fire was set, and there was a lot of looting. This parking lot, in fact, next to the target, was the centerpiece for all of the assemblies and the...
in Minneapolis was unfortunate, and it's unfortunate that it had to happen, but it does happen here in the United States. Now, Nick, if let's continue to talk here, because there is a police precinct inside the CNN Center, but for the number of police officers and the number of emergency personnel I see on the scene, it looks like they have come from all over the area. What is the amount of emergency workers, police officers, and so SWAT teams and what have you? What are you seeing there on the scene as far as presence?
You know, it's always difficult to give these estimates. You know, police officers haven't given us the official number, but we could estimate about 200 law enforcement officers from the State Patrol, local Atlanta Police Department, SWAT teams, plainclothes officers as well. They are outnumbered by these demonstrators at least 4 to 1, which is a very scary thing for these officers. It's not often that you see them nervous in these types of situations. You know, you usually see officers in the demonstrations that we've been in across the country, you know, they've been accused of being the aggressors, right? I mean, that's why people are out here tonight. That's why they're angry. That's why the undertone of what's happening here. But even tonight, we saw some fear in the eyes of those officers as that crowd grew in size, as the anger started to fester among the crowd. that car being lit on fire was really the catalyst that set everything off. We don't know exactly what was used to set that car on fire, but as soon as that happened, I mean, prior to that, they were getting on vehicles, jumping and breaking out the windows of Atlanta police cruisers. Once that car, that Atlanta police cruiser, caught flames, I mean, things went from bad to worse. You now hear, you see this light overhead, I believe what is a law enforcement helicopter showing up, and behind me, another demonstrator being taken into custody. He's saying, Minneapolis, we're here for you all. He's claiming he did nothing, but, you know, they've been given multiple orders here, Don, to disperse, and none of those here have done that at all. What's really concerning is where we are. We are flanked by Centennial Olympic Park, and the demonstrators have surrounded this area. Behind us, this main thoroughfare, we do have an escape route. We do have a way to safety. We do have police presence, including what is a Department of Corrections bus where those that are detained and arrested are being taken. But aside from this safe avenue out...
These riots could potentially reverse all of the economic gains made by African Americans over the last 4 years. So why do people then in authority at times actually sound like they're bending over backwards to avoid calling out those people who are dishonoring the memory of victims like George Floyd? They're holding back from actually calling out new acts of crime that are trying to co-opt a peaceful civil rights movement. Why do people even try to excuse that?
I disagree with only one thing that was said. The word riot, what we're seeing right there is frustration and anger and rage and an uprising, because when people get good and sick of being killed for nothing in their own country and treated like subhumans in their own country, people get mad and people get sick of it.
And so much for leadership in a crisis. Right? The Democrat mayor of Minneapolis is about as incompetent as they come. He actually ordered the city police to abandon the 3rd Precinct headquarters and just let everybody, give them their space, let the looters run wild.
It became obvious to me that we could take a different route that would better assist both the public as well as the safety of our police officers. The building is just bricks and mortar. It's a building.
Apparently, this different route he was talking about involves not even trying to enforce the law. It may be just bricks and mortar to him, but what do you think went through the minds of residents and business owners when they saw their local police station ablaze and the police just having to stand there and just take whatever was thrown at them, just not move? Do you think they felt safer? The residents, who were innocent people just trying to make a living, take care of their families, with Antifa thugs swarming the scene, completely unimpeded.
Mr. Mayor, there were people out there tonight that were saying things like, where are the police right now? Where were the police, firefighters, and National Guard to protect that 3rd Precinct and to protect that neighborhood?
We are doing absolutely everything that we can to keep the peace.
I can tell you, if it was in one of the fancy suburbs outside of Minneapolis, they'd be protecting that. Okay, so there's discrimination going all, you know, very expanded.
City jail, there's the county courthouse, there's the sheriff's office, and what's been happening is police have been blocking folks in, and now they've got us all sort of pinned into this intersection. What you're looking at right now, you can see the protester behind that white board. Police are firing rubber bullets that seem to have some tear gas on it, and it's about to make its way down here, and you can see that one protester, Lawrence, is not moving. And we've seen this game of chicken go on all night here in downtown Louisville.
I want to go back to Mark Claxton again, Mark, with the question of police tactics and the choices that they have in these different protests around the country, and they will come up against that question of the preservation of human life versus the preservation of property.
Yeah, and see, and part of the responsibility that law enforcement has and is intrinsic in policing is preserving human life. And that's what makes, you know, what occurred with Mr. Floyd and so many other cases so horrific and so tragic is that those individuals who are charged and have this awesome responsibility too often are not adhering to their own philosophy and principles about protecting and preserving human life and the sanctity of human life, and to always operate with empathy and humanity. And that's part of the problem, and the demonstrations are looking to address those issues as well.
And let me go to Paul Butler again on the
really
way past that, and folks are just walking, trying to find the line.
That means a lot, Sarah, considering the considerable reporting that you have done all across the world. As I mentioned last night, a decorated war correspondent, and here you are saying that you have not seen a situation like this where there is no law enforcement, especially on a street or streets of the United States in a major city in the United States of America. I want you to stand by. I'm going to get back to you, Sarah. Let's get to CNN's Miguel Marquez. He is also in Minneapolis for us with a large group who are protesting and walking the street there. We understand that you have been talking and to some of these folks tonight. What are you seeing and what are you hearing from them, Miguel?
First thing I want to make perfectly clear, this has been almost entirely peaceful. In fact, completely peaceful. There have been a couple of individuals who have been playing graffiti, but you also have many people, when they see it happening, when they see people attacking buildings, they will stop them. The entire crowd jumps on them and starts going after them. I want to show you where we are. This is 35 West. This is the freeway. This is the southbound lane. This crowd has grown. I mean, when we started off, it was maybe under 1,000. It looks like it's well over 1,000 people at this point. There are people from across the spectrum here. Young, old, boyfriends, girlfriends, white, black. People angry at what they see. It's not entirely clear where we're going. We're probably going off the freeway now, it looks like. But incredibly respectful. Also here, we haven't seen police except to block off some of the streets so that they can pass peacefully. Look at how big this crowd is. It goes all the way back to the next exit. They blocked off traffic. It was a little worrisome to see this many people coming out here. Don't tell me to get the fuck out of here, you cocksucker.
Well, unfortunately, Miguel, as you know, this happens. You've covered that people get into the camera and they say things that they shouldn't say, but we will continue and go on. What else are you seeing, Miguel?
They think that they're making a statement. There are some fireworks going off in different locations. It is a little worrisome that when they came on the streets, on the freeway, there were a lot of cars moving very, very rapidly. The police did not shut down the freeway. We've seen that in other cities where, in Baltimore and in New York, that the police will back off, shut down freeways, shut down streets, because the last thing they want is an incident where people get killed in one of these protests because a car went through them or they had an issue.
Hey, Miguel, where did this start? Where did this protest start?
This is the message.
Where did this protest start? How far are they traveling?
This started right at the base of the Viking Stadium. It was maybe 800, maybe 1,000 people strong. It has grown since then. They've marched all over downtown, sort of an act of defiance throughout the curfew. We're well into the curfew at this point. And the police have backed off, trying to stop traffic from going near them. They did not do anything to stop traffic when they came onto the freeway here. So they are still...
And you're right, when you're talking about the message, am I next? As the poster said there, as the poster reads, am I next? That's what many people in this country are concerned about.
This is exactly what the message that people are talking about here, you know, am I next? The sense of injustice, the sense of anger at how difficult it is to be a black man in America right now. But this is not just black people protesting here in Minneapolis tonight. It is people across the spectrum. And it is amazing to see the number of people on this freeway shutting it down right now. It's stunning. And when they issued that curfew today, with the mayor and then the governor issuing a curfew for both Minneapolis and St. Paul, and the number of the National Guard, state troopers or state patrol that was out, and police, it seemed very clear that they were not there was going to be a zero tolerance policy. But clearly, they are going to allow people to protest peacefully, and that's what is happening here tonight. They may be angry, they may be screaming at our camera, but I'd rather have them doing that than burning things down and looting. And they're on top of it. When somebody starts doing something, they go after them, make them stop, and make them move on. So it's an interesting dynamic that's playing out here. I think people here have even been shocked by the power that they have brought to bear here. Don?
And right you are. It's better that they yell at the camera than destroy property. Miguel Marquez well said. That is Miguel Marquez. We have Miguel Marquez, who is in Minneapolis. Our Sarah Seidner is also in a different part of Minneapolis, closer to where George Floyd lost his life at the hands of a police officer. And then we have our Nick Valencia, who is reporting from Atlanta. We've taken you there within the span of 20 minutes, and we have much more to show you throughout the evening here on CNN. You're looking at live pictures now. This is from our affiliate WSB in Atlanta, and you can see there a fire has been set. I can't tell you exactly where this shot is taken. Again, these shots are being controlled by our affiliates. This is not a CNN camera, so this is, I would imagine, somewhere in downtown Atlanta, possibly in the park there, Centennial Olympic Park, across from the CNN Center, really across from the Omni Center, and then the CNN Center beyond that.
It took decades for it to come back in D.C.
Yes.
Is the neighborhoods that need the most
surprising that it made little difference, because the culture, the organizational structure, the set of assumptions is one which makes violence and the use of violence a first resort rather than a last resort, which sees the community as the enemy and which sees killing as routine. It's chilling, and as I said, it's worse than a hate crime. It's sort of the normalcy of killing.
Professor Patterson, you have been studying and writing about
justice, and this is the way that they see to revolutionize how they should be treated by the police. Everyone deserves quintessential
TVT. And you can see a stream of protesters making their way down a thoroughfare in Dallas, Texas. Happening in cities, again, all across the country. Last night, Phoenix, Arizona, Louisville, Kentucky, obviously Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, happening there. But now we're seeing different cities, large crowds gathering. Washington, D.C. earlier today, and again, this is Dallas, Texas. So we will take you through all of this. Cedric Alexander joins me now. He's the former president of the National Organization of Black Law Executives. Cedric, we are quite fortunate to have you with your expertise here. So let's talk about what we're seeing here. I said tinderbox out there tonight, all over the country. What are you thinking as you watch all of this happening, and it appears to be escalating in some places? This is now Dallas, Texas, the pictures you're looking at.
Well, depending on what time zone you are in the country, some places it already hit dark, and we see what happens as it gets later in the evening in some cities. The sad part here is, Don, and you remember this, we all were on the ground there in Ferguson and in Baltimore several years ago, and here we are again tonight. But what's really heart-wrenching to all of what we're looking at are people who are angry, people who are hurt, people who are sad, people who feel they have no other way but to do what they're doing tonight. Some of them are attempting to exercise their constitutional rights by marching and being peaceful. And then you have others, of course, that may be in those crowds whose intent is to do far more harm. And we see some of that tonight as well as it relates to property. But the nation, Don, is hurting. And that's virtually every community across this country. When I talk to police chiefs, some of my former colleagues, sheriffs, they all are angry as regards to what they saw, because now those very good police officers you see out there tonight who are doing everything that they can to keep people safe, they've been painted with a broad brush, a brush of dismay, a brush that they're no good, that they're not trustworthy. And it's not fair to them. But you have 4 individuals. One, fortunately, has been arrested today. and 3 others that I certainly hope are arrested very soon. But this is a very, very dark hour right now in this country. But we got to find a way to get through it. As I watched the mayor tonight in Atlanta, Ms. Keisha Lance Bottoms, from the bottom of her heart, her anger, her dismay, but she's really hurt. She is hurt. In any city mayor, the Mayor Fry in Minneapolis, he's hurt. People are in pain. But one thing I will say to the American people that are out there in the streets tonight, if you're going to protest, protest peacefully. Because what we want to do is make sure that you keep focus on your mission, and your mission is to make sure that the death of George Floyd, others do not die of darkness and behind these fires, because that becomes the story, and that does not need to become the story.
And I think that is well said, Cedric. You mentioned the mayor of Atlanta. Let's listen to Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Cars. Enforcement that's in the surrounding area for some backup. A level 5 would be the most, and that essentially would be calling in all law enforcement all together into the area. So again, tonight we're seeing a lot of crowds in New York marching there to Brooklyn. We're seeing even a car on fire, reports of shots fired. So a lot of tension, but again, a lot of anger and people saying that they can't stay home even because of COVID-19. They have to ignore those guidelines, and they need to voice this injustice that they're seeing. Of course, the mayor is telling people to still keep in mind that they do need to practice social distancing. It's just not easy, Laura, with these crowds that we're seeing.
Yeah, Alex, I'm seeing a lot of social distancing.